Check, check, check. Mic 1, mic 2. Check mic 1, mic 2, mic 3. Mic 4, 7, 18, and 54. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? Smell like a big bag of roses over here. All right. Not a lot to go over today. It's really slow out. Large caps, more so to talk about than small caps. Break down a couple of these plays and we'll say watch for previous runners. So we have square foot SQFT. Right at the opening, 4 a.m. Eastern, this play just goes from 3 to 5. Now we've been channeling up. We have support down below at 345 and right around 315. And really more so is just riding up an all morning long trend line for the most part. And I just put that in on the live stream. On the way up, resistance. Well, we're running into the first portion at 390. We've got a second portion at 420, and then that $5 area. I'd very highly likely think this play just channels up in between those levels for the day. Now, if she does get over 5, we start to run into a lot of a floor and resistance from around 520 to 530, and then even more so into 540. So that area will be tough. And then there's a top portion of that channel from back in September through November of right around 630. Just somehow, some way, if this play can catch fire. RAY is actually your number one top gainer on the morning. RAYA coming from after hours. Bull flag spike just channeled up and then chopped down today and then squeezed up for more. We have been seeing some sub $1 plays popping up through to 1. This one might do it. It's just on that multi-level and it hasn't a lot of the time been from an after hours move. It's from the day before move, not an after hours move. These typically like to give back gains and come right back to where they came from an after hours. So first at 73 to 70-cent mark, the resistance from after hours, and then really could bottom and belly up and come all the way back down to say like 55, 57 area. On the way up today, $1 strong support, resistance I should say, over $1. This play again like most down below under $1 for a while. Well, it's been at and around and under $1 at least for the last couple of months or so. Under, or I should say over $1, watch for a pop up to 120 and over 120 up to 140. If this play can get the next leg up, that's where it would go to. It's got to hold the 80-cent bottom of the channel from earlier and beautiful flag we built up right around 80 cents. That's from what, 2 days ago now. Yeah, XI is kind of trying to pop back up again. Yeah, that was from Monday into Tuesday. Speaking of sub $1 plays reaching all the way up, multi-day is comes from actually a day before run. A good example is AIXI. So AIXI on Monday went from right around the 20-cent mark up to around 90 cents, and then we squeezed through that on Tuesday all the way up to 270. It's actually up again today from where it closed yesterday, a good amount. So this is on watch again over 160. Watch for a pop up to 180. Over 180 we go to 2. Over 2 we have that 220 resistance area, and over that it gets really strong, starting right around that 260 to 270 mark. I doubt we see that again, but we are in the same starting ground as Tuesday. On the way down today, we really need to hold the 120-ish area, under 120. Watch for a crack back down to right around 105, 107, the low from Wednesday. And under that, we'll most likely crack through $1 and go down to yesterday's after hours, low and Tuesday's open area, right around 95 to 90 cents. As we speak, SQFT square foot is popping its way back up into the fours here on a new kind of overextended trend line for itself, starting right around 835, moving its way up. Just jumped right off the trend line list where I'd have this overextended trend line in right now, right around 387. And it just pushed off of it here and back into the fours. So this one is popping up. Looks like as we move into the opening bell, this one's going to have the mob today. Can't forget former runners too as well. Keep Sky Q on watch. Sky Q on watch. Multi-day runner did pop up to new highs in the run yesterday. Usually when it does that the next day, it'll come down and then come back on up. Although today we're actually opened up right beside. So most days we've gone up and made new high. We've given the gains back and come back down. Like yesterday. And then in the next morning we come down even more. We're not doing that today. So I would say watch us back over pre-market high, which is the high of day from Tuesday, right around 8:30. For the move to 865. Over that's where this play gets that good move to 950. And over 950, we have room to run on this play as it hasn't been over 950 really at all this year. And so this play could really run. Sky Q over 950 on high watch for the move to 10 could possibly pop and this could be the runner of the day if we get one. On the way down, support right now that needs to hold into opening bell 7.5. Below 7.5, watch for a bounce at 7.10. And the best areas for bounce plays if we do come down today are 650 and right at 595 into 6. ELAB's another one to keep your eye on too as well today. Of course, multi-day runner we've been looking at this play for quite a while now. It needs to get back over the $7 mark for some true runs. That's where this thing could really get to be going. Under 490. Watch for a move back down. Under 490, I don't see what holds this play up. Maybe 465, but other than that, watch for a move back down to 4. Under 4, we have 350 resistance or support, then 3. On the way up today, we have 590 resistance, and then really, really strong at 7. Again, this is kind of like Sky Q over 950, over set. That can go over 7 for ELAB. This has room to run for the move up to 850, 875, rolling over that. That's where this can go gangbusters. And then just watch for former runners. I think the only really big one that's still up that could pop today would be Ugro. So keep Ugro on watch as well. But those are going to be your main movers on watch as we move into the opening bell. I would say at the bell, watch for SQFT. Again, we're dealing with low floats today for the most part. Ray of 4 mils, SQFT 1 mil. I'll go over LNKS. That's a new one that's kind of starting to pop up a little bit more. That's got a little bit lower float. Nothing too crazy right now, but we do have some plays with potential. Where I'd say right now SQFT has the best move potential for a pop at the bell. Bounce play is going to be back down right around 3.5 into 3. Yeah, right around the 3.5 area. So LNKS did just start popping up out of nowhere here. Well, I say out of nowhere. It did have news at the top of the hour. All it is announces full exercise of cashless warrants. So it's not usually a good deal. On the way down today, we have 240 to 230 support. Under that, it cracks back on away where we came from down to 2. Starting to build a head and shoulders actually right now. Shoulder and head's already been created. We could be creating another shoulder here, bouncing back up to 265. Failing at the VWAP if we do come back down. Potential could get that head and shoulders to work out. 2.9 resistance, of course, at high of day. Over 2.9, this play has been reverse split to reverse split city limits. On the way up today, we have resistance over pre-market high. Watch for a move to around 320. Over 320 area, this play does then have some good room to run up to around 4. Over 4 to 435. Over that to around 450 area for LNKS. All right. Where did that go? I think Microsoft and MSC are probably still track. It's off to work we go. Boy, oh, SPY here. Literally about to, it looks like it wants to take off and go on another leg up here. Honestly, with that flat top from yesterday, now we're higher. I have a line in at 82. I said we'd get there yesterday, and we almost did. We did now today. Over pre-market high. I don't see anything stopping this play from getting to 85. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, 87. On the way down today, watch for a crack back under 78.50. Under 78.50, we go down to right around 76.50. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows go down to 75.65. Ultimately landing on yesterday's low area right around 74. Apple's still stuck, but maybe today SPY gets off its, or say gets off its ass, but keeps doing what it's doing. I should say Apple gets off its ass, but it's had a pullback this morning. It is getting really close to breakout area where I have a line in at 61.50, and then you'd have 62, the high from this Monday that you have to worry about. The breakout's where you want to go. Every time this goes down, it comes right back on up. So short is not the way to go on Apple. Now watch, I say that and it cracks and dumps away. To me, it's when it gets back over 262 and starts moving up from there, we'll have better day trades. Speaking of AMD, starting again, like we talked about, continues to move back in areas we haven't been in for a while. Down below, main support, yesterday's high, after hours high, somewhere right around 337, normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes to pre-market low 330 or 235.50. This is squeezing a new highs right now on the way up for AMD. Next level up of resistance I see is right at 39.65. If we get through 39.65, we're going up to right around 40.65. Over 40.65, I'll call normal high of day. Just in case we do get shoved down from a decent move here in pre-market, watch for move all the way up to 43.50 to 43.85. Ultimately could land at 245. App, I really like this play to the downside once, and if we do crack the 365 mark, we almost got there yesterday. It was last Thursday's low and the Monday before, and that last Monday. So last Monday and Thursday, we nailed 366.65. If we crack that, sayonara. Normal low of day there, ultimate low of day. Watch for a move down to 350. On the way up for app, my bad. This could get a good move, but it's got to get over the reversal juncture in midway to the day of 385. We'll call it, 385. Normal high of day there. If we get through it, watch for a move back up through 390 to around 392.75 to 393.50. Google also looking pretty good here recently. Now, Google, the only thing you have to worry about is first the level we're at right now, which is 1750. If we get over that, watch for Wednesday's high of day of 319. 319 normal high of day, 319.40 the high from Wednesday. Ultimate high of day squeezes back up to 320 easily, and in my opinion goes through that up to 323. On the way down today, major supports at 315. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to the low from Wednesday at 312.65. Meta very similar here today as well. U-shaping back on around. You have to worry about yesterday's high of day of 37.50 over 37.50. Oh, who brings those numbers up? That would be me. Over that, most likely goes to the 875 mark because this is a play that runs in $1 in a second, so it goes right to 640. I think we go through 640 in my opinion, although it's going to be really strong resistance in this area. Over 640 for your normal high of day. Ooh, Actually, I'll stay with 640. I'll go 640 normal high of day because we're really going to get to some resistance area. Ultimate high of day. Watch for a move up today to right around 646, 65 to 647. Did I go down on Meta? No, I didn't. I'm getting so excited about one way, I forget about the other way on these plays. Support down below on Meta is right now going to be the best portion is the high from Wednesday, a line I have in right around 630 to pre-market low of 629.50. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then heads down to 627. And I'm going to stay there for ultimate low of day in case this is a Friday that gets chopped up and before we get a good squeeze back on up. Wow. It's gross. Microsoft Meta gross, I would say MSTR, not Meta, Microsoft MSTR gross. Although MSTR back over 132 today, watch for a spike up. It probably soaks into the high from Wednesday, and that's it. But 134.50 would be a good ground for it to magnet into over 132 resistance that we're running into right now. NVDA continues to work its way up today. So NVDA continues to work its way up. Main thing is going to be getting through Wednesday's high of day. So it's the one thing a lot of these trades, ticker stocks have is resistance from like Tuesday or Wednesday when we popped up. Wednesday's high is going to be some strong resistance here for NVDA. I think we get through it though for the day and move up to 186.60. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of 187.50. On the way down, that yesterday's high of day 184 area is going to be, it's going to try to come in as support. Then we have underneath that at 183. 183 normal low of day, pre-market low, and 182.30 ultimate low. PLTR continues to dump back on down. Massive, nasty reversal. It was popping back into the 150s on Wednesday. It has had two just terrible opening bell days the last 2 days. Another banger day, 140 down to 139 yesterday. I don't think we back that up with yet another one today. I think we're going to get shoved down once we get down here into the 120s, which we have major support at 126. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day at 125. Now, if we crack 125, we're heading to 120 today. I will say that. On the way up, trying to get back through yesterday's lows of 128.50 is going to be strong resistance. Over that, then we have 129.50. Over 129.50, we have right around 130 to 130.20. That reversal we just had right before the bell. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day of 131. Pre-market high. We might get back to the reversal at lunch from yesterday at 132.50. Q, same thing as SPY for the day. Watch for that continuation and squeeze up. Looks like it wants to get it and really hasn't. Again, we haven't been in this area for just a little while. So we do have 1325 resistance coming up. Over that, watch for a pop up to 1480. 1480, 1450 area. I'll go normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 617. Over 617, watch for them to move up to 619.20. 619.20 ultimate high of day. On the way down today. Yesterday's high, opening bell high, the high essentially from the last 2 days in markets, right around 610. Watch for support there, and then down below at 609. 609 normal low of day, 607.30 ultimate low. Tesla trying to get a pop-up, really starting to fail at the reversal area from Wednesday high from yesterday, right around 875 rule. I know it just hit 50, but 875 is going to be strong. Over that, now we know that 350.50 is going to be strong, which we're wicking off of it terribly bad right now. So I'm going to call that normal high of day, that 350, where we just hit. Ultimate high of day goes back up to 350.50. On the way down today, major support's going to come in right around 344.50. Under 44.50, watch for a crack back down for your normal low of day. Ooh. I was going to say 340. 340 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 337.20. Essentially the low from Tuesday, low from Thursday. Ultimate lows there. There are a few plays that look like they want to squeeze and continue to go up. Right now, we're having some trouble at the resistance from the previous days, that I was talking about. So we're kind of popping up, but then boom, running into that resistance area. Give it some time. There's no barn burner move at the bell. Now, maybe PLTR again, and then PLTR is giving it to you. So we have PLTR yet again here at the bell that's giving you the barn burner. Holy dumpacito. Here we go at the bell. We open at 28.50. We're already down to 25.50. So PLTR is already given 3 points in the first 5 minutes. That's it. I don't know why PLTR is doing this. I don't know if there's some back news that I'm not seeing behind Palantir. But wow, has caught up in the sell off 3 reasons not to work. Okay, gotcha. So it's just selling off here. I'm trying to find the root of the cause of this, but my Lord Almighty here just continues to dump. So really, other than PLTR, that's really your main move at the bell, which has been recently. I haven't wouldn't say, predict another one honestly. AMD got a little nice pop there at the bell. App got a good got a good drop at the bell. Other than that, it's kind of choppy. Just sit back and wait. But yeah, PLTR has been a great barn burner the last 3 days in a row now. We have had dramatic sell-offs at the bell. 155 now down to 125 in the matter of the last 3 days here. And again, this is my ultimate low of day at 125. If we crack it, I don't see how we don't see 120. What's up, Louie? His name's Louie because he goes to the Lou Town. He gets his Louisville slugger out and pounds him in the face and say, "What's up, brother? How we doing today?" Well, right off 125 on the dot there for PLTR. Look at that. AK calling out the goods. All right, so new high of day, then reversal here from square foot. All right, so nothing, we're not missing anything out of the bell so far. Not missing anything out of bell so far. Quick little pop from Sky Q. That thing's really nasty and wicky. Quick little pop from Sky Q. Ugro, I should say, too, as well. Ugro is what I meant to say. Ugro, but Sky Q did just get a pop, and that's real nasty. That went from 775 to almost 895. Now back to 815. We're straight back on down. Nasty 1 minute candles here. Big spread at times on Sky Q right now. Bigger spread. The candles in a 1 minute time frame closed at 8:55. The next one opened up at 7 or 8:45. 10 cents there in between candle opening and closings. Nasty. I'd say the best trade out of the bell would be SQFT right around this 350 mark. We have the lower VWAP band starting to ramp back on around. So 350 would be the one that I have my eye on for SQFT. Other than that, previous runners, not liking them as of right now. Sky Q, Elab, not really a big fan of those. Looking at any other new plays out there, LNKS turned into a piece of shit, you I say. It's just choppy. 245 bottoms, 295, $3 tops. I felt like I work at a bar and I'm on doing a commercial. We've got 230 bottoms and $3 tops. Come on over today from 7 to 9 p.m. 50-cent wings. $1 draft. I remember that back in the day. There was a place in Fayetteville, anyway, University of Arkansas, one of the close to campus, the Party Street area where there's bars, this, that, and the other. There's a local wings place. God, I forgot what they were called. There's a few of them in town that was really good. And this one was the one night I finally went, I say finally because it was, I didn't go out too much, honestly. I wasn't a big fan of going out, and I'd just rather just have fun at the house for the most part. But I had to go out quite a bit. I went out, but not as much as some people did. And that was just how expensive it was. I went out on nights like this. Quarter wings, 50-cent wings. I forgot what they were called. But there was this place, and beers were 50 cents. I forgot what it was. This is, 2005, 2004? Something like that. 2005, 6, 4, something like that. Nuts. This place was so packed, too. I can't imagine how many wings they went through on those nights. I forgot how many we ordered, too. 20 or something a piece. Oh, yeah. It was, those were the days. Even Avery brought it up here recently. Like I've brought this up before. There was a strip club. This is on more off. Well, it's like the main drive. It's called like College Avenue, whatever it's called in Fayetteville. Where like all like the fast food and all that kind of like the main drag kind of, so to speak. Dixon Street's the party street where all the bars are, and then there's anyway. But on College, there's like the one strip club essentially, and it's like a hole in the wall. It's like, you remember when they had like 50-cent beer night, or I forgot what it was. But it would go up each hour, so it like start off at like 50 cents and would go to like $1, then go to like $1.50, then went to like $2 or something like that, and would stop there, I think, by the end of the night. I don't know. I was like, yeah, isn't that nuts? And this is like when we first met, so this is actually 2008, 2009. You got to think that's not long ago. To me, you start to think about that, like if like point being, like say I was born in mid '80s when I got to 2000, so it's like 15 years later. Like, that was a long time ago. Well, 2026, and that was essentially 2010. That was a long time ago. I was really like, that is kind of a long time ago. But I was like, dang, that is nuts to think that stuff was that cheap back then on certain, like they had their certain days or whatever. Like even Joe yesterday on the call-in show, Florida Joe was talking about he goes to the Cleveland Indians games. He go to his Major League Baseball games on hot dog night. Like they're like $1 or what, I don't know, whatever. When instead of them being like 5 or 6 or 8 or whatever they cost anymore. Joe's like, I guess he had a funny story where he had so many, he was like putting them in his pockets, and his girlfriend, like, he came back to the seat and he had pulling out all these hot dogs. Like, that'd be me. But I couldn't carry them all in my hand. I was like, I had to put them in spots. But they're so good at the ballpark. That soft bun and those, oh man, they're good. Get a beer. I've even gotten to the point where I've tried this, where I've dipped the hot dog in the beer. It's not bad. It's not perfect. I was like, I'll do it once. It's one round through. It's like when I go to Wendy's and get a Frosty and the fries. I'm not going to do all my fries in the Frosty, but I'll dip a couple fries in the Frosty to get that combo going. All right, sit back, wait. What I'm going to do real quickly while we are slow. LNKS looks like it could pop up. So Rhea down, like I talked about, just not probably going to get the love today. LNKS looks like it may want to pop here. It's trying to anyway. And then if anything, we know the 245 is just absolutely sexy sauce. Absolutely money. I will say, I'm going to let my dogs and get them settled. They're actually doing good today for once. I think like me, we've gotten so wore out. I've been trying to wear them out, take them on walks. Plus it was warmer yesterday. I woke up this morning like, woof, 7 already. My body was like, sleep. Man, it's crazy. I think last Friday was a day off. We had the 3-day weekend. And we have a lot coming up soon. I just hope you guys, we have a lot of 3-day weekends coming up. We have one a month through July. This month we had a 3-day weekend because of Good Friday and Easter. Next month we'll have a Monday off because of Memorial Day later in the month. In June we have Juneteenth off, a Friday off. Juneteenth's a national holiday now. It'll be Friday the 19th of June off. And then we'll have July 4th, which is a Friday off. So we'll have we have 5 more, count them up, 8 this year, 5 more 3-day weekends. Is that not crazy? So we'll have, again, Monday off next month for Memorial Day. Juneteenth off, Friday the 19th in June. Friday, July 4th off in July. Monday, the 8th or 7th. It's a little bit later this year because the month starts like on a Tuesday or something. But September, for Labor Day, we have a Monday off. Then in November, and then December we have Christmas off, which is a Friday this year, actually. Christmas is on a Friday. So we have 5 more to go. Memorial Day, Juneteenth, July 4th, Labor Day, Christmas. Yes, we have off for Thanksgiving, but that's a Thursday. It's not a 3-day weekend because we do come back for Black Friday for a half day. I was like, damn, that's nuts. We have 5 more 3-day weekends coming up this year. I was thinking of it as a kid. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. That's 5 more weekends. I get a day off to sleep in and kind of work into the weekend where I don't have to get back up another day. Those random like Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursdays off, or like Thanksgiving where you cook. Like essentially Wednesday's kind of a day off. Although this last year we had SMX, so it wasn't. So I'm like here all day alerting SMX. Then I gotta cook. And then the next day you're just, it's the whole Thanksgiving and you're just exhausted come Thanksgiving night. And then you got to wake back up for Friday. Not that I have to do Friday, but, always got to make sure I'm around for you guys. But yeah, those are like, man, can I just have Black Friday off too? Give me that 5-day weekend. Boy, Sky Q, complete round trip. 7, what did we start out? 775 area to 9, almost on the dot. We just hit 785. All right, so the only play I like the most, now 350 is decent, especially the more that lower VWAP band ramps up. The one that's the sexiest is LNKS at 245. LNKS is the play for me at 245, just because that lower VWAP band. What'd you say there, J-Web, AMD? Yeah, AMD with the good squeeze today. PLTR still hanging on to the bottoms here, not quite cracking down quite yet. I do have AMD up. I'm going to put my large cap. I have 3 different Thinkorswims up today just to cover, and I've been trying to do that recently, like 2 for the small caps, and eventually the small NVDA with a good move at the bell. So NVDA with a good move at the bell. SPY a little lackluster so far. App was the other one that was dumping down. It hasn't, and maybe looking to go for more. So good call there from J-Web. We got AMD up for the day. Good squeeze-a-rooney on AMD from 37 up to around 48. Some of the drop on coin. Did that mean MSCR took a pooper scooper? Yeah, well, big reversal. Coin was a straight down out of the gate. This market just can't make its mind up. Market can't make its damn mind up here recently. All right, sweet. Well, we're just sitting here. I got orders in now at 245, 240 area, and down to 237 for LNKS for the quick pop back on up. But it needs to happen soon. You can see that the volume is kind of boom and then boom. It's up and then it's down. It's up and it's down. It continues to do that. Not a big fan of that. I want continuous volume nonstop, and we're just not quite getting that. AMD continues to rip right now. AMD looking like it wants to soak into the 875, which it's about to. 248.75, and then most likely 250 could be next on AMD. Yowza. That's nasty right there. All right, for small caps, really slow out of the gate today. Talked about this yesterday on the live stream with you guys. I do have the dual live stream coming up. Here we go, Team PLTR on the short, back on down here. Stabbing on some of this, actually, on the option side of this on the way down. I knew my pack was about to do this to me. So I have the 125 puts, next Friday expiration date, team. I had this down into the 123s for PLTR. Right now, I am up a good amount on this play here, PLTR. Stabbed in at this at 125, cracking out down to 2 lows. I'm going to take 5 contracts right here at the 124 mark. Stop loss for me will be back up over 124.75. So PLTR is getting the nasty move back on down here. Team under 125. There's no way I can't take some of this move. I got to. So here she comes. I have this into the 123s. Hold on, guys. I'm coming. What are you growling at? Okay, here we go. We're moving down even more. Here we go. I'm going to sell 5 more contracts. I got in a total of 20 contracts right here, team. Miles! Nice, good move here. Beautiful move on PLTR. Sell a couple more here down at these lows. It could find its way down to 123.50 again, and then maybe down to 123. So I'm going to sell a lot into the 123s right here. Just lock up some profit. All right, I'm going to let these dogs out real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back in here. Hold on one sec. These damn doggos. Holy crapola. Hold on. And of course, right as I come back in. All right, so got a good move there on PLTR. So I'm glad I took most of that on PLTR at into the 123s. See if this gets back over 125. I'll give it to 125 here. I didn't think it would reverse that fast. If I see anything over 125, I'll stop myself out. I got 6 contracts left. I'm just sitting right at about even on the contracts that I'm in right now. If I see anything over 125, I will cut this. So if I see anything over 125, I'm cutting it. I had the flatten button, my mouse over the flatten button. Yeah, I'm out. All right, cool. There we go. Good, small little chunk there. That's why I went in 20 contracts. I almost went in 30 contracts, and I could have locked it all up. I was up about $1,100, $1,200 at lows there. Still made about $700 on the PLTR crack, just going into 20 contracts. Got about $1.20 out of that move, and then for my contracts, I got in at 160-ish area, and it went up to 235. Oh, I did today's. No wonder I was on today's contracts. I didn't realize I picked 0 DTEs. I thought I picked I did do 0 DTE. Ooh, well, good to be accurate. That's for sure. AMD, there's your 250. As I talked about, AMD, there's your 250. Here, oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Now we're filled again here. We're filled again here on LNKS. LNKS, I am now filled. LNKS here. Let me pull this back on up. I got filled there. Average entry price, actually got a good one there. 245 is my average entry price. I'm in 1,000 shares. I didn't get filled my full size. I'm in 2 500 allotment increments. Up a little over $100. That doesn't really matter. I want this back up to the VWAP in 270. Let's see if this gets back up into the VWAP in 270. 270 would be target number 1. Thoughts on Z and TO? Yeah, Z and TO. I've seen this play run quite a bit here recently, brother. Z and TO. I saw this one yesterday. Yeah, it was on my Thinkorswim before I pulled it off just a couple of seconds ago that I was looking at. I like a bounce play back at 540. You know, maybe add some in at the 525, 530 mark max, but this would be your main area. If you want to be super safe, then you come down here at 505. 505. Oh, come on, LNKS. Immediately soaked right back on up to the 65 mark. Figured we'd be good there. All right, stop loss for me. I'm going to put it in at 237. I'm going to go check on the dogs and see if I can't get them in. All right back. Well, shit. Stopped out of that one. Right as I was like, all right, we're about to go 2 for 2 on the day. Yeah, that sucks. I literally was like, here we go. It's exactly what I wanted to see, and I figured we'd soak right back into this area, but maybe get a quick wick into 270. You know, I would have taken 500 or 750 shares there and just got the quick bounce, then held some for more move up. Did not work out. Love that about TTP and the brokers that let you put stop losses in, so you can literally just put a stop in and walk away from the computer. And she is dying out. That just shows you how bad small caps are today. That's absolutely nasty sauce right here. Like, what do we have to trade today in small caps? ZNTL is like your main one, I guess. ZNTL. We're seeing a square foot could take off there, but ZNTL, this is starting to move. It moved yesterday. L, lay down. I am not doing this, guys. I see you guys all day, every day, especially that mom's gone. Don't start with this, okay? It's your fault. I've brought in all the beds I could. So, it's your fault, L. Got a whole couch to lay on out there. I am sorry. So I can't wait for the next house because no one will be able to come to my office. It's not happening. Yep, small loss on Alien Case or book lower. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was weird. That's weird. Does not happen too often there to see that on Alien Case. All right, anyway, sorry. Yeah, Sky Q not doing anything today. E-Lab was another one I was hoping maybe we'd get something from today. Nothing. Now, Sky Q did something out of the bell, and I was like, oh boy, here we go. Okay, Sky Q looking like it wants to just go in and go to new highs in the run, maybe possibly today. No, right back on down. Kind of what I talked about in the morning alerts of maybe that first day it gets a run, second day, but I was saying the day it looks a little different. It's holding up a little better than the days it pops up. But this is generally what it does. It likes to pop up and go to new highs on the run. Now it doesn't mean it can't do something later in the day. Again, go to Wednesday of this week. As we've seen E-Lab do this, but say Wednesday on Sky Q, it's the day after we got that great bounce play at 6. It's down in the 5s. Next thing you know, it's in the 6s again. Then it goes all the way up to 7.5 by end of day. Then we ramp up and go higher yesterday. Could do that. It could do a Wednesday type of move today, or even again go back to Monday. Monday did the same thing where it wasn't really doing a lot at the bell, and then finally, got the squeezing later in the day, even after rejection. Now today's rejection is definitely bigger than Monday and Wednesdays for sure. Ugro not doing anything, E-Lab not doing anything, AIX side, just anything from yesterday not doing anything. Of course, here comes PLTR, probably going to come down for more, so I was trying to give it some room there to breathe as it was moving back up over 125, because I had a feeling this was going to come down for more, but I'm just glad I got some of the profit on PLTR and went bigger there. ZNTL is definitely your mover for the day, though, so far for small caps. I mean, if there is one move, it is ZNTL, and it is no news today. I think it had news maybe possibly a couple of days ago, or even yesterday it had some more news here. So, and it does seem like it's dealing with cancer, ovarian cancer, which is pretty darn big. So, over to Sky Q we go. Or not Sky Q, over to ZNTL we go. We'll break it down in a 1 minute time frame, which is building. It's not giving you any pullbacks. It's kind of reminding you, again, I'm sure like J-Web was saying of AMD. And now you're finally getting that pullback, though, here for AMD. Here comes the pullback finally. And again, that's the thing about these plays that shoot up so high, J-Web. Where's the bounce play? Well, maybe here at 245, or 246, I should say. Or is it down here at 244? I would go with this area. It's a little bit more built up than this area is. But it's kind of the same thing here. Do we go to the area that's not really built up a lot at 6, or do we go lower where it's built up a lot at 540? It's not building you up really good shelves along the way or trades, areas for you to come in for a bounce play, but it is nice, good squeeze consolidation. Just go back to the larger time frame here, right? Consolidate out in this wedge. Then has the news it's had here recently, news you're just kind of almost double U-shaping here back on through and around. PLTR looking like it wants to go for more. Should have held those last contracts. It's all good. Would have been, I knew it should have been a $1,000 banger. And that's, what did I say? It's probably going to want to soak back down into that 2350 mark. One of those things where I should have just stayed with it and slowly scaled back into it as it popped back on up a little bit, and then this recoil back on down. We get this so often when we see this in large caps. Comes down, wicks down, stays bearish, comes back up to the main support we were holding, fail at it, and then we go down for more and go right back into that lower shadow. So yeah, it's ZNTL or nothing today. ZNTL or nothing today. I can't believe LNKS, it dumped back hard. I mean, gah. We're in at the perfect price. I mean, it bounced 15 cents, and then nothing. CREG is moving right here. That's a new one hitting the scanners right now. So I do see CREG. It's former runner here. We'll go over to here and put AMD. Good move up today for it, at least for the time being. Zoom in right there so we can see the chart. And we do have Craighead back again. Craighead back again from the dead. No news on it, but Craig is moving. Don't trade sub $1 plays, but this is at least moving. I thought I felt a hair in my mouth. Sharp pullback right there from ZNTL. ZNTL sharp pullback. All right, so here's your first area for a bounce play. Somewhere right around 585.6 to 585 is your first one. Safer one's down here right around 540. And what did I say? There's that whip and soak right back down into that level. It's looking like it wants to go to new lows right here. It looks like it's going to push down into the lower than this here soon. Beautiful move there on PLTR. Glad to get a little small piece of it. I should have traded more of it, to be honest. Wasn't expecting yet a day 3 move, and that's what I said. Day 3 probably is not going to be as big. Day 1 biggest, second day big, but not as big as day 1, and day 3 not as big as day 2. So you get smaller along the way, and then eventually you're going to get a bounce back on up. Oh yeah, these are ugly. That's Jurassic Park shoes. The box is badass, but the shoes they decided to pick with the, I guess it's I don't know, Ja Morant shoes. I don't know. Those are freaking stupid. All right, cool. Oh, there's in there. Look, and then this gets the small. And I don't attack one that I'm just not in love with. And look at this. Right off of it, boom. Even if you got in at 6, you're up 15, 20 cents. If you got in at 585, I don't know if you took that max, but 540 is your first area, and this is your second area. And there's your new low, as I talked about. That 2350 mark's going to try to hold for a minute. Lower VWAP band is starting to kind of try to flatten out there. It's made it, again, you get to this overextended portion of the move as you made a move from now 155 down to 125. That's a big move in 3 days for PLTR. Boy, here she comes down for more. PLTR, what a mover. What a mover. Austin Fred Trader, I know you trade this one if you're listening around today. I hope you got in on some of that with me, my man. Because, yeah, and I wish I would have just taken this out of the gate. Just was not anticipating another day. But you get to this level of, hey, if we crack 128.30, which was pre-market low, this was perfect. Set. I just wish we got these more often. Yeah, we got these like every day in 23 into 24. That's what's crazy. Mid-23, early to mid-23, it was about a year of almost plus straight. When I start trading small caps or large caps with small caps, and this was my go-to trade. I would just wait for these plays that were like, oh, yeah, hasn't been in this area. Watch for a crack under, and it would come out perfectly to where you rest on pre-market off of the days before low. Tesla actually did this the other day. So we're starting to, I guess, get a little bit cleaner here, which is nice. I like a clean booty. And obviously, who wants a dirty ass? I mean, I guess some people out in the world are into dirty asses. I don't know. That's just weird. Elle, lay down. Here, this is your only bed. Come here, Elle. That's it. That's all you're getting. Right here. Right there. That's it. That's it. You have all the chances in the world to lay on beds. There's not another bed to lay on. There's not. And I'm not catering to you. Lay down, Elle. I'm not doing this. She is the neediest dog ever. I mean, I love her more than anything. She's my favorite. I love her because she reminds me of Bella and Beerus, the two Danes that were like her before the girl. And she is just this, unfortunately. It's like she's like truly there in her. And like, yeah, Dad, but I'm like the queen. Lay down, Elle. I'm not doing it right here. That's your spot. I've seen you curl up in it. That's all you're getting, honey. I am sorry. You look at all these big beds, and you want to take forever. And as soon as I lay these beds down, I'm gonna get water. And I'm yelling at you to stop drinking. Yeah, you can go out there because I'm making fun of you on the live stream. Exactly. That's your asshole fault. Damn it, PLTR. Because other dogs are smart. They're like, oh, Dad's putting beds down. It's almost like the movie theater. I just opened up the doors and people like scurry in to get their spot. That's how the smart dogs are. They're like, oh, Dad's putting the beds down in. L's out there drinking up all the water. I'm like, no wonder you got to always piss all the damn time. I'm like, you could be in here being the smart oldest one and getting your spot, and then you do this, and you throw these little hissy fits. Nice spike there from Craighead. Again, no news on Craig today, but good spike from it. Beautiful bounce here from ZNTL. Absolute gorgeous bounce so far. His wide bounce plays have just been too easy and very money recently. Oh my gosh, PLTR. It's probably going to touch into this lower VWAP band at 122.50 here or so soon. Start to see a little rejection. I should say, well, I'll say rejection, but pushing back off of it. This was perfect. This is the play of the day so far. Absolute easy. This is an easy short. You get in on a short and it continues to go in your way. Not you get in on the short and now that you got to get out. No, you just watch it go. You're just like, bye. Same thing for this bounce play. You know, this is one that you can sit in here. Now you can just sit back and relax. Have your stop loss at your entry price, you know, wherever that's at. And just let's see this play go. Continue off the ovarian cancer news and continues to push. I mean, if you go back to the charting too as well, you go to the 1 year, 1 day and go, oh, wow, I haven't been in this area in 52 plus weeks. Then you can go really far back in time and you see it's been a long time since you've been in this area and we have gap fill potential to 9. Yeah, and this is long right here. This is a good long opportunity for good traders if we get the move up today. This is the only play I see a good long on. PLTR. What's up, Bothy? How we doing, Veda? Yeah, it's the only one that's and especially because we haven't got bounces today. This is the only one that's really giving you good bounces because there's no other small cap mover. TMCI has been a nice, good, consistent play with Craig, but those plays are just straight up. They're not really giving you anything to bounce on. So that's the other thing today. These plays, which I even said that this morning in pre-market, I was like, yeah, there's just not a lot out there to bounce. You know, there's not a lot out there to bounce. Bounce it. I ended up getting a quick short in from. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the bounce is money. This is why I know you guys got the short, but see how short the short is versus how long the long is? I really even, like, I've joked about this thing, and, like, that's why it's called maybe going long and short, because longs last longer and shorts are shorter. Now, there have been times where I see shorts last, you know, for a while. But longs in majority of stocks just will last longer. I mean, you go to, like, the large caps. Say if you short something forever, you go long. Well, it depends on where you're short Meta and Tesla and SPY or whatever, because you're probably getting bent over up the ass right now. You know, like long, right? But small caps, I know a lot of people, short. Well, depends on what market in. You know, you've seen TCGLs and QMs of the world the last few months, so just beware of shorting. You know, a lot of the time now, longs are better than the shorts. So just be careful with those shorts and make sure you do take your profit. There's off that 22.50 mark, kind of like I was talking about there. She is overextended. She's getting exhausted to the bottom side. I mean, it's been worn out. It's run marathon after marathon now, a third marathon. This is like, you know, running I don't know how long I don't know, marathons. I've only run a 5K. Anyway, I think, I don't even know, right? Those long distance races is what I'll call them. Or not even race, long distance jogs. I don't know what you call them. Anyway. The first day it ran the longest one you could run. Yesterday it ran a really long one. Today it ran like one of the shorter runs. You know, he's just tired, exhausted. This definitely will find a bottom. I'm glad to get a little piece of it, but this is definitely going to find a bottom and start to move back on up soon. SPY hasn't done shizzle today. I mean, today the SPY hasn't done a darn thing. How's AMD looking? I haven't looked at it in a minute. Oh, Mr. J-Web, did you get it at 245? We talked about it. We got 245 is what you said you liked. I don't know if you got it, J-Web. I said I liked around 244 better. It kind of split the difference because it hit 244.50. Mr. J-Web Atronius. Hopefully you took that bounce play. SPY is starting to kind of bounce and push on up. Biggest really green candle of the day as far as, not volume, but as far as like buying is concerned. It's the biggest green candle I'm seeing. That's at least maintaining. It's some decent moves in the large caps, but small caps, holy slow sauce. And the main thing is when I go over places, like you usually have a ton of people there and like a nonstop alerting. And the alerting is like, it's very few and far between of where you see the alerts. Like, like going to Zindu or the Stocks Rocks or whoever it may be. Anyway, hey, you guys have done better than someone else I know shorting this week. Last Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, because I'm always going through the different, from even up an appointment, I'll pull up and I was going to get to him, Mr. Deck. And oh man, he's had I don't know, I didn't watch him on Wednesday and Thursday. I don't know if he even streamed live today anyway, but man, he's had a rough go at shorting the top, or shorting. He likes, I've noticed throughout the years he shorts into downtrends, and I don't know, it's just a 50. It's like head and shoulder. There are setups that are truly just like 50, 60, 40 maybe. And that's why I'm not trading that. It's got to be like 80, 20, 90, 10, right? We've talked about that so often. But yeah, I was like, that's one of the ones I saw him short. I think it was Sky Q, and it squeezed him out. I was like, ooh, yowza. I've said that throughout the years, though, man. Shorting at the top, especially like some of the places he's shorting at, it's like it's either gonna be okay, or it could turn to be really good, or it is watch out, nasty. So you guys, good job if you did short the top there today at that 6.5 mark. Looking like she wants to go for more. If you want to put the trend line in, I would start it. I know everyone wants to go here. I think that's whoopsies. That's fine with me if you want to go here. Yeah, that's fine. I was trying to start it right about here-ish because I think I'm going to get all bodies of candles here. Yeah, see, my eyes can just laser these things in. They're right at the same spot regardless. So that's where I'd have my trend line. Whether you want to base it off of where I was, and you could see I was wanting to go here and why. I felt like I was going to go body, body, body. Where here, I didn't think I was going to be able to touch it body-wise, and I was right. I've just done this for so long, so I can literally laser these guys in with my eyes. I need to do a better job of putting them in more often when I'm on the live stream with you guys, so you can be like, okay, this is where's Josh lasering in? So Josh, stop lasering them in and etching them in with your eyes like Superman or whatever over there, you little asshole. And that's where I'd have it in. And where I see this area and where I would come in at, I see the top, but then I see the small sandwich right through here. So I know Aussie chicks like, so I'll put lines in right? We'll put the lines in. I think that helps out traders. But what I'm also going to put in are these little ovals right here, the buying zone, these demand zones right here. So I'll make it really long, and then I'm going to move it up, and then that's area number 1, and then we'll start right here with area number 2 and make it really freaking skinny, and that's area number 2 for a bounce play, and that's where you look for a dip buy. And then, of course, you could put one up here on the top portion for resistance. So whatever helps your eyes see better. I think some people, the line's too thin. And so that's where a lot of traders, like the other day where I took the Sky Q trade. And we got in at 6. Let's just show this trade off. While I'm 1 for 2 on the day. Sitting back and waiting for, let's go 2 for 3. I'll go 1 for 2. You think about in the major leagues, you're 1 for 2 and you had a strikeout. Actually, you didn't have a strikeout. You went about 4 pitches in. LNKS did bounce. So it wasn't like I struck out. And then you got to think about PLTR. That was a double. Maybe almost a double. We'll call it that. Let's go back to Sky Q real quickly, where most traders would be scared to take this. And I get it. Oh, gee golly, Josh. Oh, gee golly, Willie Whitakers. I got in at 617, so it wasn't like I got the pure bottom. And I should have trusted my line. I had that line in. It's not like I just put it in. Oh, no, Jerry. I had that line in before this. This is on 7. This is put in 4-2. So 5 days prior, I had this line in. I love that. This is what I'm looking for. These type of bounce plays right here. This is absolutely money sauce. And so I know a lot of traders get scared to take that. But this is where I think lines sometimes scare you. You can go, I don't trust the line. Well, put those big-ass ovals in. Like, come in and do this then and say, okay, this is the buying area. I want to buy somewhere into this, right? So we'll extend it knowing that the bottom of these shadows start here and the lows here. And so you have this in to buy. Well, so you want to get filled somewhere right like me, in the middle of that. Like I did, essentially. 615. Well, stop loss was a little bit below this, but I mean, you got to imagine how quick that was too. And we're right back on up. Yes, was I red? True, sure. How long? Not very long. I know these are 5-minute candles, but if you saw this live, did not take long, and we were right back into the green. So maybe stop putting lines in You know, if you want to trust the resistance area or you want to trust the support area, and maybe put these guys in if you can. L, you good? Her walking around shaking her head. Aussie chick, what you with those big eyes? What you looking at with them big old eyes? Thoughts on fuse, long and short? I'm sorry, honey. I hear you walking around. I have no bed for you. And even if I try to clear up a spot, and then she walks away. It's still like I have a kid. I have a human dog. I like this old resistance, new support area to be new support at 120. So that's where I would look to go long at. To look to go short at. Probably the crack of 130 down to this mark. That's not a lot of profit, though. The safest bounce, of course, back down here. We see a lot of support in pre-market off of this trend line. You know, if we got back down to it, somewhere right around 105. I don't doubt we'll see that, though, honestly, anytime soon. At least in the next 15, 30 minutes, in my opinion. So on the way up today, where's the next true resistance area? We just ran into it, actually. So we just ran into it right here. Right. Well, we haven't quite hit it yet, but we see a lot of resistance than what was one support. So I don't know that we get to 155, but that looks like a good area into 160. And you can even just go back, just do the rule of thumb. You know, you went from 120 to 145, so you went 25 cents. You know, so if anything, you could go, okay, if I go up high, I see 155 to 165 resistance. So let me put in some extra orders in case I go up 20 cents above high of day like I did last time. And go put some in at 170 or 165 for a reversal. It's working out today from the, you can see, this is what's still working. I mean, this is the market we've been in. Shorting tops, and like I said, bounces just last longer. Shorts are there. They're not very long. Most of the time on these plays, you know, that maybe eventually you get that one play that gets the coil, you know, the kill, you know, coils over and then dies off. You know, a great example today was LNKS, you know, Sky Cube, and then Sky Cube comes back around. You know, those type of plays that really lose volume and interest. Trades, the trades that have interest, that have the buying volume and momentum, not that this really has it to begin with, but we're starting to get millions of shares traded, which is a lot. These plays, you know, get boom, and then we're back up, and boom, and then we're back up. So these type of plays, this is where I meant like the longs are longer and shorts are more short-lived. AAOI. Ooh, well, just blew through 145. Thoughts at 150. Has it even hit 150 yet? No, it hasn't. Oh, bro, I would be careful with this play. I would be careful with this one. It just blew through. Now, it hit 148.40, right? It blew through yesterday's high like it was nothing. It blew through pre-market like it was nothing. I would be careful at the 150 mark. I know it's a whole natural round number there. This is where you want to dig into me and start using like, let's just do this real quickly on my side. Here we go. Let's go to boom, bam, bam, bam. So yeah, the bounce one, that makes sense. So it's so funny. So I'm looking for a bounce play. So I would be looking for a bounce play on AAOI right here at this 140.65 mark. And what you want to look for then is just saying like, this is your new short. I wouldn't say 150. What you'd want to see to work for you, so you don't have to chance something, in my opinion. And then what you want to do is go back to this and go, do we create a massive upper shadow, then come back and fill on it? Do we ever really do that? Not that I don't see it a lot, but here's a day where we boom, but that's coming down quite a bit before we see it again. And so that's what I would look for, honestly, is I love those type of shorts. This is what we're seeing right now. Had this come all the way down to 140.65, and then this becomes the short again right there. Then this becomes the short at 148.40. You're gonna have a lot of people in these. This is, I'd imagine, maybe mid cap as far as its market capitalization. How much money it's bringing, how much it has of the actual market cap. I doubt it's large, but it's probably mid. This is what these guys are going to be using. A lot more of the fibs, honestly, and retracement levels. And you can see it's going to try to hold the first one here. This is the key second one, the 40 mark. This is where I top 40. This is for I just saw this small cap wise. I had no idea what fibs were. I've heard of them back in the day, but I had no idea. And I had no idea that people were using essentially 40, 50, 60. And these are the ones that are hit the most right through here. And then what's so crazy, going back to the guys that would use them a lot on TradeCaster, like, they're not even over there anymore, but I'm in their, what's that group? The Fibonacci ninjas, right? Sky Chimp, not Love Chip, Sky Chimp, Zach Hopper, what was the back? Silverback. Remember those guys on TradeCaster that were all into like Trade Spy and talking about the fibs? Well, they would pull up, the blah, blah, blah fib, and I'm like, well, that's crazy because I'd have a line in right here at 144, right? You'd have a line in there at 146. And then look where the 60% one is, almost like right where you'd put a line in. 50's not perfect where you'd have a line in, but anyway. So that you see that so often. And again, it's just a chart that builds it within. You're building a chart, and then these are the main levels that work within them. So that's where I would be with that, my friend. Both the Meta looks to double top. Yeah, Meta is one of those ones that has that double top look. Up at the bell, massive down movement to pre-market low, and then it's trying to make that move up. It very rarely does, and we've talked about the traders being stuck, right? Well, that's definitely one of those looks where traders are stuck, and when they get back into the 36s, 37s, 38s, they're selling. They're immediately selling. Yep, starting to come back on over. And now what do we start to see? Trend line crack starting to work. When these start working again, you're gonna be praising the Lord. You're gonna go to church and act like you're gonna want to become a pastor. I will actually become a pastor on stock trading when trend line cracks come back and they're working. It's like 3 months in, and I will be singing gospel hymns. I will find my favorites. I'll start going to church with Mom every Sunday, praising the good Lord. Thank you. Please, oh, please don't let these go away. Because you got to think candlestick confirmation is the key. You get candlestick confirmation at 320 or 620, right? Somewhere right around there. Woof! All the way back down to the 550s now. And I'd be telling traders to take profit at 540, and then we're going to crack 540, and we're going to take profit at 520, and we're going to crack it, and we're going to go down to 505 and take profit at 505 and be out most there, and then hold some matriculators. And it would go all the way down to 505. We do have a little bit of a move here from RAYA. Ray is starting to get a little move up. This has that double top potential on it too as well. Mob shift mentality today. Yeah, I like it, Max. Still the 540 area, yeah. But the thing is, Max, now we've built the selling pressure at 560. So this is now going to be resistant. So go back to LNKS, right? So there's a double top on Rhea. So go back to LNKS. We'll go to a little smaller time frame so you can see what I'm talking about. So when you come down and you're resting at 260, 260, 260, when you pull back to our area and we get filled on plays that start to become bearish, what? This becomes resistance now. And so your profitability zone isn't great. I wanted Rhea to come out of these candles down. Come back down. Because see what we did earlier, we came down. When we bounce up, your first resistance isn't going to come till around this mark. Come down. Same thing. You came down, but you came straight down. Came straight down. We need to come straight down, and this was the bounce in the end. That was what we wanted, but we wanted lower. And then that would have taken us back up to the 270s. Well, we built this little bit of a support area right before we cracked down. Damn it. So on a play that, to me, like I was telling you, right, volume was inconsistent. We had it, we lost it. We had it, we lost it. We had it, and then we lost it truly. And then when you build this support with the low volume, when we do get volume back in, it's what? Because people are selling, they're getting rid of their shares. Saying goodbye, LNKS, you were fun today. TMCI, it's another one I took my eyes off of. Yeah, TMCI, very low volume, slow play, but new high of day. I would say support right back down around 190. Double top on Rhea was perfect. Thank you there, Bothy. His name is Bothy. And I want to watch this, but this is where I'm loving life as a shorter when I had a trend line crack, and I'm saying any minute now, team, this play is going to crack back under 540. It may get a small spike back to 560, like I was telling you guys. I think if you're up today, you know, you really start to lock up what you've traded. Veda, Bothy, Max. If you're green for the day, look for possible one, maybe more trade, maybe two. We're already an hour in, and we're looking at what we're looking at. You know, this is the day. This isn't a day to put the pedal to the metal. This is like we talk about on the Trade the Pull stream so often. You know, like even literally yesterday, again with Joe, when we bring this up, you know, there got to be days when you put the pedal to the metal and days you ease off. Days you're sizing in, going bigger, and days you're like, yeah, I'm going to go a little smaller today. There's just not a lot out there. Days where you're green and you don't want to give back the green. This is that day. One and done, love it, Saline. Yeah, especially if it's... I could have gotten a little more out of, obviously, PLTR is what it is. Could have been about a $1,200 banger. Good, you know, pretty good short. Not really investing a lot of money and still making $1,200, which is nice. Then you know, to lose some back on a little bit, only lost like 130... Right with slippage, like 120, 130 bucks on LNKS. So 1 for 2, up like right around 600 on the day. Look at PLTR. Look at this massive move. Did SPY move? Yeah, SPY is starting to pop a little bit. Here comes that crackback. And Max, hopefully that broke down the bounce there at 540. This is... And I know you guys have been around for them to get rid of these because they do in the end with the lines are good enough for me, especially a play that hasn't really moved too much. This is it. These are the plays. I can't wait till we get these back. I don't care that this is the perfect amount over the VWAP. You know, trend line crack, our first target would be back down around 595, 585, somewhere in there. So essentially about 25 cents to 30 cents for profit 1. Profit 2 down here at 540. So now you're talking about being up, you know, 60 cents, actually up to 80 cents, right? And then target number 3, like this is what we used to get. You get a good long up, you got one good bounce play, and then you start to get weak. And then you die right on off. Yep, small little bounce there. Yeah, it wasn't a lot there, but just enough to get a little profit there. Good job, Myron. This is what we want to see more of, though, Myron. We want to see more of this because we're still sitting in our short. And I'm telling you guys, told you. You know much I fucking miss saying I told you? I said that shit so much that J-Trade started saying it all the time. I'm like, man, I started that shit. You can't be like... Can't be taking my I told you. Oh, I missed that. It's all good. The fact that I got there and had that moment is the key. So I just sit back and wait. Stretch. Yesterday's workout was awesome. Oh, wash Voltron. It's funny. My mom comes back over with the stuff she sewed up, right? Dogs, mostly Margot, likes to chew up little holes in blankets and then anyway, whatever it might be. Just small stuff. She comes back over and have Voltron pulled out, the BMW, you know, X5M comp. Anyway, have it pulled out to wash, and it's not that. On a scale from 1 to 10 dirty, it's probably a 1.5, 2 on the dirty scale. It's not even the brake the brakes are, you know, the from the brake dust, it's not even that. The wheels aren't even that bad. And mom's like, oh gosh, she's like, it was so funny, giving me a hard time. I'm like, yeah, I know, this is me though. I was like, I want to enjoy some sun too. Been getting a lot of sun this year, first time, and it's been a good like 75, 80 degrees, so it's like a perfect just go out and chill type of like, you know, you can enjoy it. Oh man, it's been nice. This March and now into April, chef kisses. Both the ingredient. What you say there, James? What'd you delete? James? You said, is my breath smell bad today? I'm pretty good. I showered. I brushed. Look at this. So 540, and then it hits the bottom of it. I was pretty darn close there and there. Now she's ripping, so you're getting a little of this inconsistency there. Look at that ZNTL. Wowza woozy woozenhausen's there, right? There's a nice good move. Now finally, I'm gonna let this is the Myrons of the world where you're like, motherfucker, what now? Now you're gonna rip up here out of nowhere? This is the one play for the day. I think what we're gonna get out of it, if anything, is gonna be channel mode, which is fine. At least you get something to trade. But this is now where you guys at short of the top at 640, 650. You've got a clear-cut top. I'm going to go ahead and venture off to say if we move back up to VWAP and above, I'm going to put orders at 525 to 530 and challenge this, and this will be my last trade option for the day. This rip off this area, and I like it just to know the consolidation area, is beautiful. I want this to move back through this. I want it to fail at it and respect it a little bit, but I want it to pop through it. It means we are strong, and that means this area is just as strong. Hell yeah. All right. So that's it. 525. I'm going to start putting I'm going to put orders in around that area. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Y'all know y'all want to get in there now. You want to get in there and sing with me now, yeah? All right. Oh, I get some good, amazing seafood today. Oh my gosh, some of that hot, there's two different boiled shrimp. Woo! Look at ZNTL. What is this movement? Come on, ZNTL. Couldn't you at least gotten it from Myron? And then me be wrong, which I was right in the end. This area just looked weak for the time being, not as sexy. And then 530 gets the bounce. Okay, well, whatever. But I love some boiled shrimp. You know, whatever, however you want to say it, but there's a lot of ways to say it, essentially. But boiled shrimp, I love it. Just good old, But you can either get it on ice. You usually come on ice and they're cold, or you'll get them warmed and they're like steamed. Avery loves them that way, and the place that we go to here in town does them that way, and they have regular spicy. Oh, we're going spicy. Crawfish today with the corn and the potatoes and the sausage. I'm gonna have to get me a catfish plate, my catfish and fried shrimp plate to go with it. Some fries and some hush puppy and some coleslaws. Ooh, I should speak some hush puppies and coleslaw. I pluralized the other one, not the one I should have. Anyway. Oh, man. I haven't had seafood in a minute. We had some, I guess I should say, in New Orleans. My bad. I had some in New Orleans, and it was great for like 2 or 3, a couple of nights that we went out. I think I had, 2 rounds of seafood there? Yeah, 2 rounds. Ooh, man, I'm going to go balls to the wall tonight, baby. To the window, to the wall, to the sweat drop down. That's that song. To the sweat drops down my ball. Square foot, nice bounce. Let's go to SQFT. TMCI, very slow. SQFT, what are we doing here? Yeah, SQFT, it's still rolling. This is a channel mode play. SQFT, should have been the one I thought LNKS was going to do that, where we just shoot. Very surprised that LNKS didn't do that and Square Foot did. Okay. I'm going to get Scott on for the Dual Stream Friday coming up here, team. Coming up soon. Haven't heard from him. He's over in England. He hit me up yesterday. My time locally at 3:20. You know what I'm saying? Sounds good. Blah, blah, blah. See you then. Look forward to it. And then I sent him the Zoom link last night and said, hey, let me know you get it. And haven't heard from him back this morning. So I hope that he, Although it happened to Alejandro before. Remember, before I got Alejandro on, of course, the girl, the one female that I've had on that trades futures. And she was that first time. I was like, are you standing me up? I just talked to you yesterday, and now you're going to stand me up? Big. And what did I just thought about this. Remember when I said this was going to find a bottom? At some point this would find a bottom here today. It's not going to continue to go down, and I just thought about this as we completely went annihilation ripping on the shorts from 124 to 128 in a 3-minute candle. Ripping shorts face off right there. Absolutely just ripping them off. SPY, not a lot much happening there. I do like ZNTL. That's my favorite mover on the day for small caps is ZNTL. Put some orders back down at 540, back at 530. That's going to be your main support line. And look how 585 is actually respecting yet again. Didn't on the way up as much, but the bounce plays yet again. See, both of you just happy I can drink again. Oh, fibrosis scan was grossly overstated liver biopsy. Okay, gotcha. I keep my weight down. Liver will be enough. Gotcha, man. That's awesome. Get you a good cold brew. Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, that's because even like that tonight. I mean, yes, it depends. I mean, good. I love sweet tea with a lot of good Southern meals. You know, like my catfish. But then I'm throwing in some of that crawfish and the spicy shrimp. I gotta have a beer. I gotta have a draft beer. So, oh my God, yeah, I'm gonna have a beer tonight. I might even get a sweet tea, and I'll sometimes do that. You know, or some of my bites, like with my catfish and my whatever, I'll have a little sweet tea. Anyway, and I'll switch it up with the beer. Oh, but yeah, no, it's a huge for me for like when I have like chips and dip salsa. Not like I have to every time, but man, like especially when you're out at a restaurant. But man, like when you go to a Mexican restaurant, you go to La Señoritas, you go to El Casa Masa Misas, whatever. And you got immediately they're bringing out the salsa to you, right? And you're like, oh, bring the white queso. Bring the white queso ASAP. And the biggest draft beer you got. What do you got on draft, right? Usually Corona Modelo, one of those, you know, Dos Equis. That's the first go-to. And which one you got on draft? Please tell me you got one of those three on draft. And oh man, that combo of that cold beer washing down I love it when it's spicier. Salsa and the white queso. Follow that up with some street tacos, a burrito. Oh my, whatever it is, and some rice and some beans. I'm telling you, cold beer washing that down. Let's see, now you got me, huh? Sorry, Louie. Oh, I gotta have barbecue Mexican. I could probably have like every day. You know, there's different ways to have and do the barbecue, right? So it's like have a plate of it and with the sides, or I can make a Frito pie. I can make a sandwich out of it. Yada yada. Yeah, same with Mexican. You could have an enchilada. You could have a burrito. You could have with corn tortilla, the flour tortilla. You could do a chimichurri. You could deep fry it, right? And put it all together and put that shit in the damn deep whatever. Rice goes with like everything. Different types of beans you could go with. I could have salsa. And Avery knows it. I could have salsa. I could have salsa. Cheese dip eventually gets cheese. I don't know why. Eventually just too much cheese. My body is like too much. I could have salsa more days in a row than cheese dip. I could have salsa more days in a row than queso or cheese dip. Just because eventually the queso, the cheese dip's just like, it's too much. My body's like, brr. Salsa's lighter. Especially that fresh tomato, like it's truly tomato based with like onion, cilantro, jalapeno in there. So you're getting fresh nutrients out of it truly. Oh man, I could have salsa for like every day and have it like on. I could put a little bit on my sandwiches. I could just, I love salsa. I love salsa. Both, yes, I'll agree with the 23-year-old bottle of Cabernet and a steak dinner was, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big wine guy. If you love to pair that wine with the meats or whatever, I just can't do the taste of wine. That's that and Jaeger, so licorice and olives. Those are like the only things this body cannot ingest. I've had everything. I love squash. I love cabbage, right? I love oysters that some people can't manage to handle. You name weird, gross stuff and textures, I'm down with that. At least what I've had and tried. And yeah, I've tried. I'll do a white wine. I could do a white wine like a Moscato. But red wine, usually supposed to pair red wines with meat. Oh, God. I just can't. Oh, I'll never forget this, Bothy, so this is hilarious. Right, you want to drink, you're in college. You're broke and poor. All we had from like leftover party or girls coming over, right, was wine at the house this one night. And I'm there, the guys I forgot what it was, and I'm like, and I want to play college. This is back when I loved to drink and play college, NCAA football. Like now I can't drink and play. I'll get too cross-eyed. I got to go one eye and I'm not good. Back into the downtrend we are here, ZNTL, by the way, ZNTL. Anyway, and so it's just some kind of red wine. I don't know which one it was, right? Oh, man, trying to drink that is the one time in my life where I drank red wine, like, and actually like tried to have multiple glasses. Bro, it was painful. It was painful. Oh man, I just couldn't do it. Oh my gosh, yes, love me some little, let's see, a Mexico. Okay, love it. I agree on the Jaeger nasty shit. Yeah, I can't. Sangria's not bad. Yeah, the Jaeger was huge. That was big, I think, when I went to college, right? So 2003, 4, 5, 6. That's when Jaeger bombs and Jaeger and those little refrigerated Jaeger machines. That's when that became huge. I guess they're still around, and Red Bull and Jaeger, whatever. I think Red Bull vodka was the other big thing that came big at that time because Red Bull just came out. But yeah, Jaeger bombs and Red Bull vodka, I was like, that was the era that I was going out in. Like, I remember my 21st birthday going out, and that was the thing. And that I did like one Jaeger bomb. Never again. And then I had so much Red Bull vodka, I was up till who knows what time and had like the worst hangover the next day. I actually did even at 21. I was like, God, I'm never having that much Red Bull vodka ever again. Excuse me, don't forget, Vegemite. Yeah, that's up there with, yeah. Oh, that's another one. There you go. I haven't had it enough to think about it. I've tried olives and wine and licorice or Jaeger enough to go, ugh. I've only had Vegemite, here recently, so it's not on the brain, unfortunately, that much. Multiple. But yeah, Vegemite, that is no offense, Aussie chick, that is right there with the Jaeger. If someone said, do a shot of Jaeger or a shot of Vegemite, I'm like, can I shoot my fucking head instead? Yeah, I didn't either until I finally had some really good wine on my honeymoon, and now I just have there you go, snobbish level of love. There you go. Oh my God, 300, that's 300 bottles. That's crazy. Yeah, I just couldn't do it. Not me, my man. Because I'm a good old Southern boy. Give me I want some Maker's Mark. Like when I have those type of meals, like, or when I go to Fogo, I want Makers. I want a bourbon. I want a whiskey on a block of ice, and that's it. No mixer, just bourbon or whiskey on a block of ice so I can sip on it. That to me pairs well with like steaks and those kind of places. That's my go-to. If it's seafood, it's beer. If it's Mexican, it's tequila. Margaritas or beer. If it's American food, it's beer or bourbon, whiskey. If I'm just trying to get flat drunk, it's tequila or vodka or bourbon or whiskey. See, I was in the Goldschlager and moonshine. Oh my God, yeah, that was. Well, I actually kind of ended that with the new age of the very strong moonshine, which would be, as in they call it PGA pure grain alcohol or Everclear. Yeah, Everclear. Freshman year of college. I'm 18 years old. We're drinking Everclear and Mountain Dew and whatever those different Mountain Dews they had. This is the funniest thing because I'll never forget this. We're trying to hide it from my dad. We have Everclear. We're in college, but we're at my house in Cabot. Anywho, we're out, home for the weekend or whatever it was, and we were drinking Everclear. Anyway, Dad finds the bottle and is making fun of us and was like, "You might as well." And then he goes to the kitchen, like underneath the kitchen underneath the sink where you have like all your cleaners, like your Comet, your 409. Windex, whatever. He's saying, you might as well drink this. Me and Mitchell were just laughing our ass off. He's like, I can't believe. He's like, you might as well call that rock. He called it rock gut. Rock gut. Oh, rock gut. Got you drunk in a really quick hurry. That's all we were trying to do. Cheap and get you drunk real quick. We are trying to break through the downtrend. ZNTL. Is it going to double top? Well, earlier it had a quick move up to 650 and then slowly kind of cooled up and stopped before the ride ended. Kind of like a roller coaster. And then came down. This is slowly building into it, right? I would be careful shorting this top. Now, again, if you want to go for the double top, I get it. But these are the ones that myself, Kevin Avery, we've always said, watch how these move into the area. It's slowly staircasing. It's slowly moving into it. It's not a quick euphoric move. You want to be careful with shorting at that top area. Usually, generally, that faster move up leads to that good, faster, better move back on down. Still have my orders down here. I will leave them in all day. This is one of those ones where I like this ticker. It's got good news from yesterday. This is the Sky Qs, the E-Labs of the world, where I'm going to leave this in all day long at that area to get filled. No ifs, ands, or buts. Well, we'll see, again, what happens if we get some kind of crazy halt down offering or whatever. Congratulations, we had a green week. Kudos to you guys. And again, green day, call it a day. There's not much more action out there in the small cap sector. We got a couple of things to look at, but nothing too crazy. Like we said, lock it up. Call it a day. Get ready for the dual stream Friday. Put it on in the background. Enjoy your Friday. I will definitely be doing so today. I've got one-on-one later today. But other than that, we'll be a little small afternoon commentary with you guys. But feeding the pack early, going out to dinner. Doing an early dinner tonight with the Rents. They like to eat early. Whatever, it is what it is. So I'm going to get out. Watched Voltron yesterday. I'm going to enjoy a nice, beautiful afternoon drive. Going 437 kilometers an hour. I don't know what that equates to miles an hour. A lot. Movie season coming up. Already got big movies coming out. I haven't really seen them, and I'm not just hard for me to get into movies anymore. Used to go see movies all the time. But definitely get into the movie season. Get out there and go see your movies. Support your favorite franchises. I mean, we got a lot of that going on. From Mario to, we got the new Mortal Kombat coming out, the M movies. Definitely the first ones were pretty good. I like the first Mortal Kombat. They made it a little bit more like the video game and a little more gruesome and showing off what those guys did in the video game actually on the movie. I know some weren't happy with some of the stuff, but it did better than what it could have been. First Mario was really good. I don't know. The second one looks a little iffy to me. Going a little too far out there and not just sticking with the basics, but hey, maybe it's good. I don't know. The main thing is those guys that play the characters do a good job. Good actors. All right, so really nothing hitting that high of day momentum scanner here recently. TMCI was the last one when it hit 215. Since then, coming back on down. Not a lot out there otherwise than that. I know we talked about AAOI. Oh, where is he at? Where are you at? Where's Zeta at? I mean, Veda. Where's Veda at? Veda, where are you at? Called it out perfectly for you, Veda. I know it went a little over my area. I called for you to get a double top at. I hope you saw that, though, earlier, Veda, and you got a little information from it. Yep, AMD, we talked about that. We talked about that, brother. We surely talked about AMD as well. Talked about it. That's what I'm saying. Just put the lines in and trade those lines. Green on the week to 124. How baby steps. Hey, green on the week, though. Those futures, like I said, I mean, once you, it's the thing, it's a lot of swinging back and forth because of how big the wins and losses can be. But once you can start maintaining those losses because your entries start getting better, as we've talked about, then you can start maximizing those wins a little bit more so. And yeah, it's a process, especially doing the futures. All right, any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over at all? ZNTL. R1 slow and steady play for the day. I think we really probably won't get much else action of other plays. Fuse is pretty slow, but it's one we're looking at here. FUSC. TMCI is another one I've got on watch over here. SQFT is just not doing anything, so we'll at least put Fuse over here. SkyQ, ELAB, former runners. SkyQ got the pop of the bell, then it dropped back on down, then just really started doing the shit the bed pants, nothing. SPY, crazy too. Kind of was going for that choppier day in the morning alerts. I've thought about that here recently, and boy, sure enough, it looked like it could squeeze the day, but we're chopping. 80 bottoms, 82 tops, and that's it for right now. Got that forever line in at 682, and that's come into play twice today at the opening bell yet again here about 15, 20 minutes ago. We do have Rhea trying to pop back on up again too as well, so we'll keep Rhea on watch too, just in case. Let me go click the beeping thing. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 minute. My alarm's beeping out. Alrighty, good job though, team. Good week there for you guys. Have a good weekend. If you are heading out, I'm gonna get Scott on the dual stream Friday coming up here, hopefully soon. And really wait for ZNTO for the bounce play. Other than that, just it's a good of a little bit slower Friday. Some decent moves from the large caps, small caps, a little bit more of the meh side today. ZNTL, nice squeeze at the bell, and then got some continuation. Got the bounce off of the plat from earlier at the start of the day. Didn't come down a little bit lower, but we did get that bounce off of it. So what I'll do is I'll just move this line down a little bit lower and say, boom, there's your support area, right? And the two that we will be working with. At least the three overall main lines. We'll get rid of the trend lines there. Beautiful trend line crack. Good golly, I wish this would start working. See on the plane headed to Bama, fried catfish. And that's a man. You've had a lot of catfish, Aussie chick. You're gonna turn into a catfisher recently, man. Miss Aussie chick. It's like you've just discovered a fine bottom feeder fish that is really gross, but man, it tastes so good when cooked. It's like shrimp. You just wouldn't think these things would taste that good, and they are really darn good. Really darn good. Yeah. So if you start growing some whiskers, Aussie chick, you know, you might want to stop eating the fish. You know, you start getting those catfish whiskers. I want to slow down there a little bit. It's good stuff, though. Pairs good with a lot of sides. You know, that's the one thing about catfish, man. You go baked potato, French fries, corn, baked beans, pinto beans, black-eyed peas, sweet peas, tomato relish, hush puppies, mac and cheese, greens. I mean, the sides are endless when you think of catfish. It's kind of crazy. Sure, there it is. I swear I keep seeing some here. All right, sweet. So we got him. We just got him to join. All right, so let's do this real quickly. Let's get over to this. Boom. Bam. How we doing? All right, so just waiting for Scott to join here. Possible conflict with Darla birthday. Yeah, we had the two dogs' birthdays today. It's so funny. It's so crazy how my camera moves around. I don't know what it is on my camera, but it has, like, watch this. It usually, like, follows me. It's really weird. Rhea could pop out here too, team, so watch for Rhea. Rhea could be another one that could be moving here soon. So Rhea, R-A-Y-A. Keep Rhea on watch. We are getting Fuse to slow down a little bit here. So Fuse is starting to slow down, but we do have RAYA that could squeeze here possibly. Keep that on watch right here. Just waiting for Scott to join here any minute now. Eddie, how you doing? Eddie Redmayne, how there he is. He truly stands in for a great actor. What's up, brother? How you doing, Scott?
How you doing, all right?
Doing good, bro. I'm doing amazing. It's I've been doing, of course, these dual streams, and I forgot. I talked to you. You had that, you won that one free one-on-one or whatever from you joining the live stream, and I was like, I got to get him on. I've got to get you on so we can talk some Friday about stocks and just shoot the shit. It's just good getting different information from different traders. So yeah, I'm glad. Thank you for joining us. What time what time is it locally for you?
We got 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock here. So it's not been a superb open this morning. So it's been a little bit quiet, but yeah, 4 o'clock over here.
4 o'clock. 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'm gonna be having some shrimp. And something you probably never had before. It's called crawfish. Have you heard of crawfish before? Crawdads.
So I think, what do we call them now? Yeah, I know what they are. I forget what we call them over here, but yeah, I like it. I do like crawfish.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah. So I'll be having some of that later today, or going out to eat and getting some good seafood, my friend. So, so about 4 o'clock. We're doing a little early dinner tonight, but yeah, that's when you said 4. I was like, oh man, 4 o'clock my time. I'm gonna be loving life. I'm gonna get a nice, good cold brew going. And then get the seafood going. So and here's this. Since you are not like landlocked like a lot of the states are, United States, a lot of them are more landlocked. There's not, the sea's not next to you. Are y'all like us where y'all are big on seafood as big as we are in the States?
No, nothing like you are in the States. It's kind of an acquired taste. We do have it like, down by the coast. You could go down there and you get the seafood sheds and that where it's caught fresh and you can go and get it and you can go and eat it down there. But yeah, a lot of people do. Let's put it this way. The size of my shrimp is not as big as yours.
That's hilarious. All right. Well, I get you. All right. Yeah,
they don't like the cold. The shrimp over here, they don't like the cold, so they're pretty small.
I love it. That is hilarious. That is good stuff right there. Well, I didn't think so. That's because you have like the northeast United States around Maine and that area. It's the lobster that's big, and then you got crab that's big in certain areas, or then you got certain fish, whether it's tuna or grouper, or it depends on what state you're in, like Florida and in the Gulf area. Yeah, so you could have all kinds of an array of different fish or seafood, essentially. And yeah, I was like, I think we're one of those. Yeah, I didn't think it was like that over in England. Yeah, I didn't think so anyway.
Yeah, so you have to pretty much go to a seafood restaurant properly to get some of that. Otherwise it's not normally on the menu,
Yeah. Yeah. So how was your trading week? And just get into let traders know a little bit about yourself if you want to. Where do you trade? What time of the day you trade? Being that you are over in a different time, than we are here in the United States. So just kind of give a tidbit about your trading background.
So I guess different to a lot of traders, my background is actually in investment banking. So I've done over 20 years in, I worked at Lehman Brothers, Barclays, HSBC, Credit Suisse. That is kind of no more as well. So yes, I've worked at some of those big investment banks and some smaller. I don't know. State Street, Northern Trust over there. They're American houses. So I've had a bit of background in investment banking and particularly in order flow, right? Client order flow, because that's where it went to. After the financial crisis, where you could kind of mix proprietary trading and and client trading in the same bag. That's not allowed anymore. So obviously it goes over to client order flow only. So that's my background. And then since I've left the banks, I've been getting involved with some of the prop firms that are going, like, rather than I'm always pro using somebody else's money rather than your own, especially if you're just starting out to trade or whatever. So yeah, at the moment I'm kind of educating traders, yourself. I've been doing a bit of live streaming and that, so I do a fair bit of that over on TikTok in the UK, which unfortunately doesn't get pushed to the US, so you guys won't get the bit. But in the UK, I'm known as Rogue Trader on TikTok, just purely because of the switch. I didn't bring Credit Suisse itself down, but yeah, so that's kind of my background. So just kind of teaching traders about client order flow and institutional order flow is what I've been doing the past 18 months. So, but yeah, myself, I do cross between stocks and futures. I trade the London session on futures, and then we'll have a little look at some stocks. If there's anything hot going, I still like a little look at the small caps. So yeah, the small caps really, but if not, you'll catch me trading like Nasdaq, crude oil, or gold. So yeah, one of those three. But yeah, I trade the London session from 7 a.m. my time, I'd say, till about 10 my time, so about 3 hours in London. And then I'll come back and do similar, at 2 o'clock my time, or no, about 1:30 my time through till 4 o'clock, and then I don't trade the afternoon session in the US as it gets a little bit quiet, doesn't it? So yeah, then give it up from there. So I think the thing I still like about the stock trading is finding out of 4,000 stocks which ones are the ones in play. I do love that. That's a bit of a challenge at the start of the day. I still do like those, the searches that you do, the scans that you do, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, if not, keep with the futures as well, and just doing anything that's moving, basically.
Right. Yeah, right. No, it's awesome that you're saying that, because it's I feel that way about the trading stocks, where a lot of people go to futures, or if they go to like an equity or a mineral, they can just look at it every day, and it helps you learn the chart, and it helps you just be able to sit back and trade that. But if and when, and even in myself, you like to be challenged. That's why I love trading equities, or especially small caps, because every day, and I said this literally the last couple of days on the stream, every day it's something different. I mean, every once in a while you get your E-Labs, your Sky Qs of the world that you're looking at maybe 3 days in, 5 days in, 10 days in, but that's the challenge of you have to go through there, and then maybe it isn't that ticker that day, it's a new ticker, and then you have to decipher which one it is, and then you have to go break the chart down. And so it's a process every single day when you look at stocks, so to speak. You don't know where it's going to be at and what the ticker is going to do that day. You don't know which one it's going to be. So you have to go through, like you're saying, through all the scans and try to find it. And it's definitely fun, and it's a little bit more of a challenge, but I like doing that.
You still trade Mag 7s as well as small caps?
Yeah, actually today I traded PLT. Today I traded Palantir PLTR and that crack out of the bell. Got about $1.30 out of it with some options. But yeah, I traded PLTR, Palantir today out of the go. Not as much, though, because of this action we've had over the last year. Trump back in office, very volatile up and down movement, not really being able to find the true direction, it seems like a lot of these days, where we're chopping around a lot more. We're down, and now we're up. We're up, or now we're down. And I can't stand that. Like, I love PLTR the last couple of days where you crack out of an area maybe you haven't been in for a while, especially, last couple of days have been that. We haven't really got a lot of that, and then we get like days like today with PLTR where I get a good short, but then next thing you know, I'm like, wow, then it races back up to, high of debt anyway. So I haven't traded as much of the Mag 7s and those sexy SPY large cap tickers as I have been in the past, and just wait for those days like today when they show their face. And that's just been me overall in my trading, which I'll never forget this back at the Tradecaster seminar we did in 2022. Where Deck had Umar Ashraf and had Day Trade Professor there, and I was one of the ones that gave a speech too as well, had a presentation. But after mine, Umar was awesome. Still this day, I'm like, yeah, I went before Day Trade Professor and Umar Ashraf. That's awesome. I went before those guys. So I'm sitting back and listening to Day Trade or Umar Ashraf, and he was essentially like me, like, you don't want to overtrade, blah blah blah, and essentially was giving that spiel of like most people where they want to trade. And it's not about trading. It's not more trades equals more success. And I was, gave my spiel on that. Well, here he is kind of giving his same, and he was like, well, there will be a time when you may not be trading a lot, or you may go months on end and you're just not maybe trading at all. And I was like, oh, bullshit, because I had never reached that. I'm like, oh, but now finally, since last year, a lot of what my edges are, they're not working in the environment we're in, even in small caps. And so I went from, possibly taking 4 trades, 6 trades, even 7 trades a day at times, where that was about my max, to where now I may not trade in a day, or I may only have 1 or 2 trades in a day. And I'm like, wow, here I am, full circle, where I called, I was like sitting there listening to Umar Ashraf calling bullshit. And I'm like, oh, wow, I finally been in the game long enough to go, he was right. I should have actually listened to that. And I did, but I just thought he was like, oh, whatever. Yeah, that's not going to happen. He's just over talking. He's just really, oh, yeah, really, I'm just letting you know, like, he's really overemphasizing that. That's not going to happen. And it truly has, and that's the thing about having those edges in the market. Sometimes they're going to be working nonstop. And then there are going to be times where they just, like right now, like my trend line crack. If you remember back in the day, hey, trend line to VWAP cracker, blah, blah, blah. Those aren't working. They're not really doing that well.
They're not?
Do what?
They're not. The trend line cracks, they've been working forever.
Yeah.
So in some market, they're not hitting.
Yeah, not at all. And it's just one of those things where you go through and now you see that and you go, wow, that's crazy. And I'll know where, and this hit me in the last week because I was in a one-on-one talking about this. And then the next day I had to talk about it because it was like a light bulb, an epiphany. So back in like 23, 24, and all I'm doing over at Tradecaster is shorting. And I had people coming on over and like, oh man, I remember you when I was over here in 2020, all you went was long. And like, AK, what happened? Blah, blah, blah. Like, and I'm like, because all I did was short. And my spiel, I say spiel, but my story was like, hey, when I first started, Tim Sykes, Ross Cameron, Sean Deckmar, anyone that promoted small caps, all were going long. And back then to short, you had to have a 25K plus account. There weren't the 5K light speed or whatever, trade zero. There weren't prop firms either. And so you
got to find them. You got to find them if you want to short them as well, right? That's another part of the process.
And so everyone's saying go long. And so I went long. And of course I'm on TOS, so I could go long. Anyway, fast forward into let's go fast forward to like say 2021. I would say halfway through 2021, I've now moved about 50-50 where and I didn't start short until 2020, but by 2021, I'm about 50-50. Half of my trades are long, half of them are short. Go to halfway through 2022, I'm probably an 80% shorter, 20% long. Go to 2023, and it's probably 95% short and 5% long. And so in that 23 and 24, when I'm having to say, man, listen, I know, I'm shorting all the time now and I used to go long, I would end that story with, guys, I guarantee you there will be a time at some point in the next few years where I'm back to 90, 80% going long and 5 to 10% going short, just like when I first started my career. And ding, 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 ding. I'm like, it hit me the day I'm talking about that in my one-on-one. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's actually come true. Here we are. Here we are. So I'm back to bounce plays and taking my breakouts like I did when I first started, and my trend line and shelf cracks. I just don't like shorting tops. I'm not comfortable there. And so I was at short under support, and when that short under support trend line shelf crack comes back in, I will short and trade those. But yeah, it's crazy how, like I was saying that thing, I'm like, oh wow, here I am. I said at one point I probably would be back to going long all the time and not shorting. And so I just want traders to understand that, where I've had that throughout the years. 2020, 2021, traders are killing it in the market, and they come to me in 2022 when I first start doing one-on-ones. Josh, AK, I can't, what's going on? I just can't trade. What's fucking, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, it's not the same market. It's different than 2020, 2021, that you can't trade that way anymore. And you've got to understand that it can change, and it's going to continue to change, and you've got to adapt and adjust to what's working.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I still work on that kind of, well, like you say, I really, if I had my way, I'd be in one trade a day, like one position. I'm looking for that sort of, I'm using yesterday's kind of range or yesterday's data to try and predict where that bounce is going to come in, whether it's a long bounce or it's a short, whichever way. But I'm using that data from yesterday to go, like, given that data yesterday, where do I think that like the institutions, assuming a set amount of size, is going to try and get into the market today?
Right.
And then I wait for that level. I just wait for that level. And ideally, if it's a bounce play, it's coming down into that level real hard, like with real conviction, so real volume coming down. And then I want to see that dry up completely. As that happens, I'm then looking to take that long. And as soon as I see that kind of buy volume handover from the sellers, then that's what I'm trying to do. But yeah, that's worked in. Like, I'm looking at PLTR right now, and I can see last week that was working. Yeah, no problems. I would have had 2 or 3 plays off of PLTR yesterday, and the Wednesday short last week. The Wednesday short this week. I would have caught as well on playing that. But then since, there's been, I can't pick that up really on Thursday unless I'm literally using like a 21 EMA or something real simple on those. It's so aggressive to the downside that the 21 EMA is the only thing that's holding it. But Similar thing with gold, right? For like what you were saying, for the past 2 years, I've had traders come to me who have been like literally banking on gold, right, as it's been going up. There was I don't know if you know, but there was a regulation that come in 2024 for investment banks that said, like, for an investment bank to exist these days after the financial crisis, you have to have um, capital reserves, right? You have to prove every night that you've got the capital reserves to exist and trade again tomorrow, right? It's crazy. But you can have like AAA rated bonds in there, you can have AAA rated stocks in there, you could have cash, or you could have paper gold, right? So you could have ETF gold, you could have CFD gold. In 2024, they put that the regulation was actually called the end game, like a Basel III, a Swiss regulation that come into play called the end game. And it basically said to the banks, look, we're printing a fair bit of money these days, so it's not as valuable as what it was before. So we're making the shift over to gold. So you can use gold for your capital reserves, but you can't use paper gold. And at the time, like 2022, 2021, the banks were all short gold. So they had to unwind their short positions and then get along the real gold, right? Get along the futures, the real physical stuff. And that's what like you just see it tear off for literally 2 years non-stop all the way up until it got to the end of last year in December, where it just went like exponential up.
Right.
And I'm thinking, this is it, this is gonna drop. And then since, it's just dropped like 1,500 points and he's going like sideways now. And everyone that used to trade gold easily, buy the dip for the past 2 years is now struggling on that. And they're like, no, okay, what do we do now? I'm in a sideways market. So
Right.
it's just, again, a difficult play. It's just completely changed, certainly this year. It's changed since Trump's been in, but particularly this last first quarter has been a difficult market, I think.
Yeah, and then we have to go over and find, I'd tell traders, right, go find that what was working there, but on a different ticker. That it's not working on that ticker. Find the trend within the trade, right? Well, if that trend isn't working within that trade, you might want to go find that trend within a different trade. And so people just want to, they're banging essentially a square peg into a square hole for the longest time, and it keeps fitting. Well, all of a sudden now they're trying to bang a square peg into a circular hole. What's not working? Go find the other fucking square. It's the one you're trying to do now it's a circle. There's another square out there somewhere. You just need to go find it and trade that. But people don't. They want to sit there and keep banging the square into the circle until they finally go, why isn't this working? I'm like, do you know what 1 + 1 is? Please tell me, because if you do, you should know that square or that circle is a circle, not a square anymore. But that's what people do. I have to ask you this background. It almost looks real because you have a picture in the bottom left-hand corner. So is that a real background or is that a green screen?
This
is
real.
Oh, it is.
It's real.
It is. Okay, yeah.
It's real. I can walk out of it if you want.
Is that a door?
That's a door in the middle, yeah.
Oh, wow, that is crazy. Yeah, I had no idea. I'm like, it looks like you're in some like triangular Star Wars, Star Trek like flying pod or something.
Yeah, that's it. I can fly this. Don't you worry about that.
Okay, well I won't. I didn't figure. I mean, hey, you're in all the different, Fantastic Beast movies. I'm trying. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised, Mr. Eddie over there. Just hey, I get it. Who's the picture of in the bottom? Is that your parents?
What, Dan? Oh no, that'll be one of my boys with Dan TDM. They won't be pleased if they're watching. That's right. Yeah, I took. Do you know Dan TDM is an English YouTuber, a gamer YouTuber?
Haven't heard of him.
And
no.
Yeah, he's absolutely huge over here. So yeah, he went on tour in the UK and was doing. It was doing like literally on stage version of what he does on stream kind of thing. And yeah, we went to meet him like backstage, have a little chat and get a little photograph and that with him. And yeah, so that was it. I guess it was kind of like when we was a bit younger and we'd go to that concert and it would be like, you get a backstage pass or whatever. It was one of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously the new one is people like you, the streamers,
That's true. Well, yeah, because
they're the famous ones now.
Yeah, well, I'm not quite there yet, but that sucks. You can't do that anymore. Yeah, back in the day, you could get the VIP. You can meet the the people in the band. Now anymore, you get VIP. That's not part of it. Like I don't know whenever they
No.
ended that, but yeah, that was cool back in the day when you like I remember. Oh, I got to meet so on and so forth. You know, I'm like, oh my god, what? Yeah, and it's crazy how you think back when those tickets seemed expensive when you did get VIP. Now when you get tickets, and you don't even get to see,
Same price as a ticket.
yeah, it's like you don't even get the video. It's like, oh my good gosh almighty. So it's nuts. It's not like it used to be, for sure. At all,
That's
my
right.
friend.
That's right.
So when it moves forward, you say for the rest of this year, for you guys, I just want to know, how do you guys moving forward with the whole Iran-Israel U.S. war? How do you guys over in UK feel about it? Over, England, overall, in say Europe, the UN deal. Speak honestly. I mean, I want to know how you guys feel. I don't get to talk to the average Englander.
I think I'm already restricted to some extent on socials, to be honest. But here we go. No, listen.
I just want to know what the general run of the mill feels. Not that it has to be what your feelings are, but just the overall effect. Like you guys over there, like what does the majority feel about this situation?
So I think we also have a problem with immigration, and the whole country is not at all happy with that, right? I mean, love or hate Trump, you can't argue with the fact that what he's done was needed to be done in terms of immigration and that. And we've got the same thing over here, we do not have a strong PM at the moment, right? We just don't have a strong PM. We haven't ploughed the money into what we should have. What we should have been ploughing into. We can't stop a dinghy pulling up on like a blow up boat pull up on our shores like full of people, let alone a warship. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of people don't feel good at the moment about the UK. So, but and again, it's like with the Iran war. Do you know what? When you study price action that much, the price action gives you an idea of whether you're going to get some form of what I'd call a media event, right? Real or not real, staged or not, theatrical, whatever it might be. Yes, we can see it on the news, but for me, the charts always precede that event that's going to happen. And I've been saying this for a while. Like on my live streams, is that Nasdaq needs to hold this level. If NASI can't or ES can't hold this level now, there was such a gap. Like NASI could have gone down to 20,000 from 24,000 if that gap fell. And last week it literally cracked it, and I was thinking, geez, here we go. What's going to come out of this? This is the best is going to be. The Iran war is going to last longer, and it's not going to be a big thing, and it crawls down. Worst, if it wants to come down quickly, would be a different, something that no one's expecting, right? But we literally clawed our way back, literally bounced hard off it and clawed our way back, and we're above that level again now. So fingers crossed, that is it. But yeah, I mean, without getting too political, I think we, as much as we need to get that straight open, I think we kind of all need to do it together. I'm not liking the segregation of the breaking up of allies and all that sort of business. I do just think we need to do stand together on it all. And,
stand together. We'll change the instead of it's a little Beatles song. We'll call it "Stand Together." Stand together right now. Let's hold hands. I don't know.
Yeah, what is that? I've got the next line in my mind.
Instead of come together,
over me. I think I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Come together. That's what it's sad. It's we should definitely stand together or come together. Come together. But yeah, it's like why I don't know. That's Trump. Trump likes to beat his chest and kind of say. I think a lot of it too. He wants to just in the end, if stuff goes the way he wants it to, or we'll see in his plan, whatever his plan is in his head and their head and in the cabinet up there, but. He wants to say in the United States, see, look what I did. Look what I did. Look what I did. I didn't need the UN's help. I did this. Because we were actually I'm on Trade the Pool. We did a lunch recap on Monday and Wednesdays now to kind of recap the day that I'm a part of. And Wednesday, Trump gave his speech. We didn't know what it was going to be about. We were hoping it was going to be on the straight, this, that, or the other. The whole thing was, first him, then like three other, like a general, and then it was just random people. essentially, well, I say random, but every one of them just gave essentially a book report. Like I felt like I was in the 3rd grade and they had to give a book report on how they saved the F-15 pilot that was downed. Oh, we're so good. There's no other country with the military that could do what we did. We are. I give myself an A++ on my book report. I went into Iran and got the F-15. I mean, it was like literally they're like. Of course, she was reading it from a teleprompter, but I'm just like, every one of them. I'm just like, look how good we are. Look what I did. I'm like, oh my God, bless.
Do you believe that about the effort they went in for on the ground to find those pilots? Because rumor over here is that wasn't quite the story. Have you heard that?
Bro, I don't believe a thing that comes out of anybody's mouth, okay? I do not. So yeah, I would not be surprised if the whole thing was staged, essentially. Even the attack on the F-15 pilot was actually, we shot it, Like, I don't believe anything anymore. If I'm not there, my eyes don't see it, I don't care what your mouth says because I don't believe it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that was the case, but yeah, who does know? No one knows. You just don't watch it. I say don't watch it, and if it don't change your life, carry on with what you was doing. There's not they're going to play these games, feed you some information that they want to absorb. I just try and keep out of it. I want to know the Trump tweets because it drives the market crazy.
That does.
I will say that tweet, the last tweet he done, which was what was that? Yesterday was it? It was the only. Every other time that tweet has been happened, it's been treated as a gap and it's filled. Yesterday's one was the first one where it didn't fill, and it's still catching a bid off it. So we'll see. But I was surprised to see that one didn't fill yesterday and today. We'll see.
Yeah, and that could have I wouldn't imagine has a lasting effect to where down the line that kind of has its toll to where it's we get the move to me it reminds me of the JP FOMC days. JP would come out in 2023. That thing would skyrocket 5, 7, 8 points. Then okay, that's it. And then as soon as they start asking questions, it would just dump down 7, 6, 7, however many points. And now in those meetings, we might get a point, maybe 2 points worth of move. I was like, how long is this going to last for? And that kind of reminds me of those trends. Trends just don't always last forever. So I'm wondering how long the Trump tweets and how they move the market, how long that lasts until that kind of trend ends. I'm wondering if that's kind of the same effect where it lasts for a while, but does it last for its whole 4 years? I wouldn't say it would. I don't think so, just because of trends and how long they last for. They just don't seem to last that long. But yeah, that's a one that could be. I'm like you. I've even said this to Avery, like just anyone in life. I've been like this since high school, grade school, where we know this. We see high school movies or movies of people in grade school. Drama, right? We go back to a lot of different movies. You go back to the ones in the 80s, even, when Hughes was making movies, yada, 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 16 Candles. We can go through all. There's always drama, right, in high school, in grade school. And people trying to get in other people's lives. And, you did this, and and I'm like, I didn't want to be a part of that. I didn't gain anything from it. It didn't make my day any better. It didn't give me any more of a resolve on life. I just didn't get anything out of it. It's like, why would I want to do that? It's always old people like, why don't you worry about your life a little bit more, and maybe your life could actually be progressed a little bit better versus you worrying about other people's lives. That's just more time you're worrying about other people's lives versus your own. And so I've always been that way. And yeah, same always in politics. I think I've literally voted once in my life. Once I went in once to go vote, just to go do it with me and Avery both did. Otherwise, we're again probably why we're I guess married and our birthdays are a day apart. We're very similar in a lot of those things in life where we just don't care for that. And then me especially, it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't. No offense, but your vote matters. My vote does no offense. My vote, if I had 1 trillion votes, it would matter. But my one singularity vote, I hate when they, your vote matters. Yeah, so I'm going to go vote for the person I like that's going to get destroyed, and I know he's going to get destroyed. That's like me going to Vegas and saying, yeah, I'm going to bet on the team that has no shot on winning, and I'm going to bet on them to win. Why would I do that? What am I getting out of that? Nothing but losing money. And so I just have never gotten to politics or that whole, I just have never... Even like the F-15, I did see it on the news and yada yada, but am I really diving into it? I mean, it's those people that love that, and they love those what are they called? Something theories. So what are they?
Conspiracies.
Conspiracy theories. Oh, what about like 9/11's a big one, still talked about in the States that we did it. It was an inside job and yada freaking yada. It ain't giving me nowhere. I wasn't there, and I don't know, and I won't know unless I ask the creator of all the creations, right? And I don't know whether we believe in God or someone knows what happened, and I won't know because I don't know those people. And even if I knew those people, they're probably not telling me. So what do I even care? I can't gain anything out of it. It's like me in sports anymore. I hardly want to watch sports because I start to get tied to my teams, and of course you get tied to your teams, and then you get stressed, and then you lose, and you're doing that shit right there, and I don't want to do that. What's that gaining for me? It's gaining more gray hairs is what it's gaining me, and I don't want any more gray or white hairs, so why do I want to do that, right? And so, there we go. There's my rant for the day.
Wow, that was a good one. That was a good one, man.
You got one to back it up there, Eddie Redmayne? Eddie's too nice. Eddie's too nice.
If I get on one, when I get on one, man, I do it behind closed doors. You know what I mean? I do it in my own little community. I don't do it on the wide open social. Jeez, that's if there's one thing that goes on in this country, it's that you just got to watch what you say on socials over here, right?
Yeah.
It's just. Yeah, you got to be careful. You could end up in somewhere you don't want to be for just saying something you didn't want to say. It's like,
I love it. I love it, my man. All right, so good time. Next time I have you on, I won't like have you on. So which I'll tell you beforehand. Just have like some your trade setups, like what you attack, so people can kind of get an idea of what you really truly do on a day in day out basis, or what you're looking at for each week, and say, hey, here's how I start my week, or here's how I start my day. Here's what I'm looking for. And it just someone out there I know that's listening is going to watch it, whether it's live or it's on a replay, and go, oh dang, I like that. I actually this is making sense to me. So definitely have that for next time. Yeah, this time was just let's just shoot the shit and have you on a Friday and talk some good talk. And so let's get into this. I'm big on food. In America, that's us. You can see how fat a lot of us are. Luckily, I'm like you and some Englanders, and I have a flat belly. Okay, I can maintain what I eat, and I eat portions. So we can go from cheeseburgers to Mexican food to seafood to we can go all over the place. You can go down the street and you can have that one street will have probably 5 Asian, Indian. It'll have all kinds of food on it. What say you is run of the mill? Like this weekend, I'm like, dang, do I want cheeseburgers? Do I want to make some soup? Do I want to make some enchiladas and some tacos? Do I want to make some salsa? Do I want to have, there's like the ringer. I don't know what I want. I want to know into your brain. What is it for say someone in England, what's the, oh my gosh, I can't wait for this weekend. I'm going to cook or have this for food.
I'm going to say for most people, it's going to be either Chinese food or Indian food.
Really?
But it's not real Indian food, right? It's Indian food that's made for Brits. It's not real Indian food. It's just,
It's like Americans having Mexican restaurant. They're like, this isn't what I mean. It's Americanized essentially.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, we are getting more over here. I went to my first. When I've been to the US, I love the the buffets that you can go to where there's anything and everything, like literally all done fresh. I love those. We got our first ones coming over here now of one of them. So I went to one of those last week. That was pretty good. It's not American yet, but it was okay. It was okay for here. But no, I think me personally, it's still going to be something that you've barbecued up. Ooh. It's going to be one of yours and your homemade sauces. I think I see when the lads went over there to your place what you was doing and what you was cooking them up. I was very gel. So yeah, I'm still looking forward to that one, mate.
Yeah, Aussie chick. So you see her in chat. If you're on my live stream, but she's from Australia. She lives in California now. She came down. I call them AKNR. So they're live, in-person training events. And so we have it in Dallas, so Texas. So I'm sure you've heard of Texas, in the United States. Everything bigger in Texas, and definitely a lot of cattle, a lot of meat, a lot of steak, a lot of barbecue. And she had brisket for the first time. And oh yeah, let me tell you something. Putting those, she was. So yeah, man, that barbecue. I didn't mention that. That's one of the things actually I just said before I had you on. I could probably have Mexican and barbecue almost every day of the week. I could have. Oh man, yeah, it's. And because I don't use the sticky ribs. I need to make some of those again soon. And yeah, bro, the ribs to the beef to the beans to the Aussie chick. She said brisket. So I guess when you visited the States, have you still not? You said you haven't tried the barbecue yet. You still haven't had it.
I've never been. No, I've never been. One of my pals has moved to move to Austin, but I've never been out there to see him yet. But yeah, no, I've only ever been like Florida, went to Memphis, Vegas, but yeah, I've never actually gone. I want barbecue. It's just
Yeah.
it wasn't until you was going on about it and seeing like some of your videos of you actually putting it all together and the effort that was going into it that I
Yeah.
was like, oh, he's really doing it. He's
Yeah.
really doing it now.
Bro, I'm telling. So two things. Well, three things. You got to go to Texas. Some of the best food, like nationality wise, like you're gonna find a lot of good food in Texas. Especially then two, B, you got to get some barbecue. I mean, multiple rounds while you're there. If you're in Austin, Texas, you're like right in the middle of barbecue heaven in Texas. And then C, you have to. We were just talking about it earlier. One of my guys in chat said he's being able to drink again. A lot of people, what they pair wine with a good steak. Now I guess it's maybe not as big in England as it is here. That's like the elegant dinner in the United States, a steak dinner. That's the creme de la creme. If you get a good steak, a big old piece of good meat. And so if you're in Texas, you got to have barbecue. And man, oh man, oh, you have got to go to a steak restaurant there. I know there's got to be a couple in Austin. I don't know of any names off the head. I know there's some big time names that have probably been there for 40, 50, 60 years minimum, if not longer. Bro,
Yeah.
you got to get you a big old piece of meat, a big old steak. Get you a porterhouse, get you a New York strip, get you something, because I'm telling you, it's gonna melt in your mouth. You think I'm not kidding. You think the barbecue is good, and it is. But you go to a steakhouse and it's a good one, and you get one of those pieces of steak, your knife's gonna go through it. It's like my mouth is salivating right now.
I can tell, yeah. The dog's there trying to catch
I'm
him,
like
man.
drilling. I'm like Homer Simpson over here, like, oh, donut. I'm like, oh my God. I'm telling you, I'm like literally salivating. You go to one of those steakhouses, like we have one here in where I'm in Arkansas now, just right above it, essentially. But it's called Riverfront Steakhouse, and their steaks, I mean, your knife goes through it like butter, and when you eat, and the taste, and like it's nice, crisp top, but then the middle is just so soft, and a little bit of the pink. You don't need steak sauce. I mean, the juice that comes in it, you're just dipping your steak in, bro. So you go to Texas, you get your butt to Texas, and you get you some barbecue, and you get you a big old steak. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna then want to move to Texas, and then secondly, you're gonna be like, no wonder everyone in Texas is so fat.
I'll get there, mate. I'll get there.
And then tell me,
times since I was 18.
and tell me when you do, because I'm thinking about having my next AKNR there. My point being, it's only about like 8 hours or so away. Austin is. So if you go to Austin, you fly all that way to Austin. I will drive to Austin to hang out with you for a weekend, and we can get some good grub.
Okay, man. Let's do it.
Yeah, I will definitely. They've got a cool F1 track there too that we can go race car. Anyway, I even got a buddy that has come to my AK. All three of my AKNRs. He goes to my Fred Austin Trader. Actually, I have a one-on-one with him coming up in an hour and a half. He lives in, obviously, Fred Austin Trader. Lives in Austin. So I'll have a friend. You'll have a friend. They'll show us where to go, and we'll just get so much food. We'll gain. It's like my AKNRs. I said this at the last one we had it in New Orleans. I don't know if you've heard of New Orleans, Louisiana. Big Cajun Creole food. Some of the best food you'll get in your life. And a lot of course, deep fried. From the American, we like to deep fry stuff. I told everyone we should have weighed ourselves. I should have got a scale. We all weigh ourselves when we first walk into the house, and then all weigh ourselves when we were leaving, and say. And I should have said, hey, whoever gains the most weight, I'm going to do a giveaway. Because I guarantee you, and I'm like, you don't have to tell me the weight and how much you weigh, but just tell me how much you gained on when we leave on Saturday, and that's the only thing I want to know is how much weight did you had? How much weight?
I'd never win that one. Never gonna.
All right, brother. So any weekend plans for you guys?
No, not at the moment. No, not at the moment. So yeah, we're just gonna do the usual thing. I'll be around, see my parents, and that'll be about it for this weekend. We're just fingers crossed. It's not. We had 2 days of like above 2 degrees. That's I mean like Celsius. So it's above 60 degrees. Yeah, and then it's gone cold again. So it's not great, but we'll put
What
something
season
together.
is it in? And what season are you guys in? Because we're in spring. What season are you guys in?
Yeah, well, we're officially in spring.
Okay.
But like I said, we don't start getting warm here until probably about May.
Okay.
And
Gotcha.
then it lasts through to about June, and then we're done.
You are pretty high. You are a lot. I don't think about it, but if you think about where I'm at in the United States, and then when I actually look at the globe, I'm like, yeah, you're like really up there. You don't really.
Yeah.
I don't think about it. Of course, when we're in the United States, we just don't pull out the map that much anymore, like we did in grade school. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, you are kind of up north. No wonder it's not really that warm yet. Yeah. So
No. I
yeah.
guess what we're probably level with, we're just probably still a little bit above New York, I think, if you come
Right.
across.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's what I'm like. Yeah, you're up like New York, New Hampshire, Maine. You're in the north, the northeast area, Massachusetts, all those kind of states. Yeah, so which makes sense with the temperatures you're in right now. So
Yeah, we have to go and find the sun. We don't get it. If we want, we've got to go down to Spain or somewhere to go get it, a few thousand miles south.
yeah, well, hey man, I'm not gonna kid you. When you get, and that's what one thing I will say. If and when we do make the Austin trip, and I'll leave because I want to come see you. Let's not do it in our summer months, June, July, August, because you think you've never probably experienced 110 degrees in humidity, because when it's 100 and 110, now that's Fahrenheit. So I don't know what that is. That would probably be like 35 or 40 degrees Celsius, somewhere in there. And then on top of that, swampy, you can't breathe humidity. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with humidity before. It is terrible in the South. I mean, your immediately skin feels sticky. Like you don't even, you're outside for a minute. You don't sweat, but your skin immediately feels, it is a, so let's
Is that like Florida then? Because I
yes,
felt
Florida.
like Florida was about 30, 35,
Yeah.
and it's like a walk. You walk out of an aircon restaurant, you open that door, it's like boom,
Boof.
it's like that. It's like you just feel it. It's
Yes,
like,
if you've been
it's
to
like a walk.
if you've been to Florida, it's just like that. So let's do like a spring month or a fall month, and yeah, it's beautiful then. But yeah, you go in the summer, it could be nice out, or it could be 100, and you're going, woof. It's hot,
Yeah,
and I
I'm
sweat.
good with that.
I sweat way too easy too, so I hate the heat anymore. I like it if you're out on the beach. If you're in Florida and you get the breeze, you're blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
jump
But
in the pool.
if you're in Texas in the middle of the state and it is just swamp ass 100 110 degrees, oh yeah, it is terrible. It is absolutely terrible. So starting to win on this. So for new traders out there, I want you real quickly, because I do want to end on this, and I'll have it probably clipped up enough. You help traders out. I want two things. First off, tell traders if they're getting into this or they're still struggling, what is one thing that would help them be successful that they need to start doing moving forward this weekend and Monday? Let's start with that.
So whatever it is that you've been learning, I would say that one setup, do not divert from that one setup. Try and do it the same process, the same setup, the same time of session every single day. That's it. Just repeat the same process, because if you're chopping and changing from this to that, looking at YouTube and what everybody else is doing, as soon as you go down that road, you're never ever going to be able to track your stats and say, no, this is not working for me, or this is working for me. It's got to, so one setup, same time of day, every weekday, do the same thing. And only after a couple of weeks then go, right, this is working for me, or this isn't working for me. Or just in and out of trades, is over trading is probably the worst thing you could do. So that's what I would say. Keep the same process every single day.
Love it. Absolutely love it. I can't say how much I say that same thing. And then secondly, let's end on a good story. So let's tell the story of your buddy that you helped out and made his journey up. The story you told me, and you're like, you can't believe where he's gotten to now, and his fun trials and tribulations that he had early on.
I've got more of them. I've got more now, but this guy, I know the guy you're talking about. So as you know, I after the banking stuff, and to try and identify that client order flow, I developed some software, didn't I? Windows install, like a little bit of software, and I was basically looking to do a community, and I wanted me as the banker, and then I wanted a prop firm trader, right? Someone who was like banking on prop firms, basically getting paid out. So, I was having a look about, doing a few discords, and found this guy, and yeah, he seemed to be the only one that kept coming in consistently and going, yeah, I got paid out, I got paid out this, I got paid out that. So it was like, maybe we can do something together. And then it was like, okay, but show me the accounts that you've got, or show me the accounts. And at this time, it had 30K in payouts from a well-known futures prop firm. And I was like, okay, no problems. That sounds good. And then we get digging a little bit deeper and deeper. And it turns out that it actually spent about just between, it was about 22,000 on evaluations and activation fees. So I'm like, well, okay, that was over 6 months. So actually, you could have worked anywhere. You could have worked at McDonald's for that period and got the same money, couldn't you? So he's like, okay. So then he was like, okay, I'm with you. Let's do the software. Let's do the one-to-ones. I spent 6 weeks with him, and I think that finished up last April, and then he kind of just disappeared. He was like, I knew it was working for him. He just took it, done the same process every day, and just like I was saying, to level 1, level 2, level 3. He was like, I'm only doing level 2 because it's smaller risk. I'm like, great, put that process in place. And then after that, he disappeared. There was no like, oh, cheers, mate, I'm doing really well. No reporting back. But I got one email. So he finished up in, at the end, I think, April time, end of April, I guess. He sent me one email in the latter part of May. And he went, I'm on Top Step TV. And I'm like, if you're interested. So I tuned in. So he was at 30k when I left him. He was on Top Step TV, verified for 140k in payouts. So since he left me in April through to May, the guy had absolutely rinsed it. And he was on there with my software showing it about. He didn't even credit me. He didn't even credit me on the show. I was like, what? But yeah, what can you do? But I haven't heard from him since either, but that was his little flex. So, but yeah, verified by TS that he probably earned about 110k after he left me within a very short space of time. So good luck to him. Good luck to him.
No, I thought that was the funniest thing when you're like, you found out like you only made how much? About 8k. And how long? Like you could have done any job. Like
yeah. It's crazy, but it's crazy the way and this is it with like YouTube and the guys that are doing the prop firms and saying I do it and I'm getting payouts and they're doing their streams and that. It's like, you don't know, like literally, unless they're really upfront with it, the thousands that they throw into that kind of thing. They work. Don't be wrong. I love prop firms, but you've got to treat them with respect as well. It's like treat them like it's your own account, and take the payouts along the way. But yeah, it was funny. It was a funny story.
That definitely, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that was the kicker. I mean, I love, of course, how it ended up too, how fast he switched that around in like a month. But yeah, I was like, that is hilarious. He like, how well, hold on, you made how much over 6 months? Like that's like nothing. I mean, it's something, but yeah, you're like, you could have worked anywhere. You could have detailed cars. You could have delivered mail. You could have worked for Amazon. Like. Maybe even walked into a job where you made probably 12 to 15K actually, and over 8K over that amount of time. Yeah. I say you're probably more than that, but yeah, so that was funny. I love that story when you first told me that. But we can get into more of those stories in the next one for sure. But yeah, I just wanted to end on that just to let people know how you can go from, as that person was, just really struggling, kind of getting it and passing by, but nothing that great, and then can get on, like we've talked about, if you just find the rhythm and rhyme of what you can do and rinse and repeat that every single day and just do that every day and just know that, hey, this is me. Like I've always said, there's a lot of different people in the NBA, but they're all a little different. They're not like, hey, I have to be just like this person or whatever. They don't have to be, they're not just like them. They're their own person and their own uniqueness. And that's what makes you a good, successful stock trader. And people have to understand that. The earlier, the better, for sure.
That's it, man. It can be done. You just need a little bit of help. If you're like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or you're break even, you just can't get there. Just a little bit of guidance in the right direction can just like make the world a difference.
Yeah, it's the ones that have like the 2 steps forward, 8 steps back that usually there's just no hope.
Yeah, that's probably true, man. It's probably true.
It's like, what are we doing? You can. That's crazy because a lot of the people that I do work with, they can't get away from that 6 steps back. So they'll take the right things they need to do forward, and then they'll do that one thing bad over and over and over. I'm like, how do you not realize? And it's just, and again, stock trading isn't going to be for everybody. I think anyone can do it, but in the end, just that mindset of how you have to prepare each and every day and understand that this is just it. This is me. I can only trade bounce plays at start. This is what this is my Merlin. I did this. I knocked on the wood on my desk, and
that's finished. Yeah, they know.
Well, man, have a good rest of your Friday evening. Thank you again. Thank you for coming on. Obviously, I'll get you on again here. We'll talk more about your trading strategy and styles. And I got this recorded, so I'll clip it up. I'll post it on YouTube and on Instagram as well. And even on TikTok. even though you won't get it.
Oh, I see yours. You just don't see ours.
Oh, is that so? That's how that works. That's crazy. You can see our stuff, but then I can't see your stuff, and your stuff doesn't translate over to mine.
You can find us. Like you search Rogue Trader, you'll find me. But if you don't search, you don't get pushed to your FYP. So, I don't know what's going on. But never mind. That's all good.
That's TikTok for you. That's a whole nother discussion we could have one day. But it does build up the views. Like the Alejandra girl I had on that does futures now. Anyway, long story short, but anyway, she was like, and a lot of people, you got to get over to TikTok or X sometimes. I guess that's where over YouTube and Instagram, it seems like, TikTok is where you get a lot of followers or a lot of viewers, because a lot of people are just streaming live there all the time. So I need to start doing TikTok more often. We should do, I don't know if we could. Could we do a dual TikTok live stream?
You can do that. I've never done one yet. I'm just greedy. I just keep the screen to myself. But yeah, I mean, we can have you on one side and me on the other. And,
I've seen that where people are going live against one. I say against, but they can build up points, or they're just going live and just talking. Like I come across this a lot. I hate that it gets in my feed. I love Michael Jordan, so for the longest time I'd get like the people's, LeBron's better. Michael and them in the 90s were mailmen and Michael Jordan sucked. And I'd be like, God, get this out of my feed. These idiots know nothing. He's 20 years old and doesn't even know how to freaking mow his lawn or cook. Get this guy off my dump. He doesn't know shit. But yeah, but there'd be 4, 5, 6 people on the live stream. And I would love to do that on TikTok like once a week with you or something. We'll have to figure that out for sure. Yeah, just because I want to build the TikTok viewers up, because I know there's a lot of young people out there anymore. That's the world we live in, that want to get into investing. So
it's a good place to be, and it's pretty good compared to some other platforms that you might have mentioned there. It's like there's less trolls over there. There's less trolls around, which is always nice.
You don't want trolls, my friend. Trolls and moles.
You don't want trolls or moles.
Have a good weekend, my friend, Mr. Rogue. And so where can they find you on? Mostly you're on TikTok as Rogue Trader, right?
Rogue Trader, Rogue Trader. You search TikTok Rogue Trader. There'll either be one that brought down bearings, and I'm not that one. But Rogue Trader. That's where you get me on TikTok.
All right, man. I appreciate it. And like I said, we'll get you back on soon. Love having you on. Just love talking
to you. Look forward to it, man.
Just your voice. I could, like I said, if I had to have audiobooks, I'd say, hey, can I have my buddy Scott do the audiobook? Y'all pay him, right? Y'all pay him well.
You let me know. I'll do your bedtime stories.
My bedtime stories. As Josh ventures off to bed tonight, we'll read him The Berenstain Bears, Chapter 1. I love Berenstain Bears as a kid. That was one of my favorites. So I'll get you to voice over some Berenstain Bears books. Those are shorter. They're not nearly as long. So you're like, I can work with that, Josh.
We can do it. Anything for you, man.
And then it's funny. Then watch that. Then take off, and we start putting those on TikToks, and then we have like millions of followers because of you and your voiceover of Berenstain Bear books.
My voiceover doesn't get that sort of attention in the UK, though. You see, so I tell you, that might help, right? A bit of a US TikTok and a UK. So what's the algorithm going to do then? It's got to push both, surely.
I like it. I think we should come up with it. And I can push it in like South America, push it in Africa, Australia. Love it, man. Like I said, talk to you soon. I'll give you an email. I need to get your WhatsApp. I don't know if I have it or not. Do you use WhatsApp for people across the globe?
Yeah.
I'm going to email you in just a minute when I get done with my live stream, and I'll get your WhatsApp. That way we can communicate faster there.
No worries. Gotcha.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Good to see you.
Hey, watch out. Quit stepping on each other. Look at all the dang dogs. So we have look at this. Dogs everywhere. So
do me a favor, just as you go, tap the desk. I want to see how crazy they go.
Oh wow, nothing here. This one's better. Watch, ready? Oh, they're probably because they're watching me do it.
I can see you.
This one's even better. You ready? Watch this. When I play, remember? Do you remember my outro song over?
Yes.
Watch when I play this. So I did this yesterday. It's called Low Rider from the band War, and watch when this cowbell sound starts going off. Watch, ready? Alright guys, let's go. Alright guys. Alright. And so I'll do that and I'll say, alright guys, and that sets them off. And then they start barking. It's not as much as it used to because they heard it every Friday, but my gosh, when I would play that, hear the ding, 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 and they woof, all just go running out of the office.
The whole pack, man.
Yeah, got a couple of them, so. Love you, brother. Have a good
All right,
weekend.
thanks, too.
I'll talk
See
to you
later,
soon.
mate.
Later.
Take it easy.
Yeah,
Bye.
you too. Love it. Oh, hey, hold your horses. Truly, I've got 4 horses. Hey, Merlin, come here now. Murdog. And not because he's a dog, like Murdog. That's my dog, Merlin. Oh, well, look, 650 did work again. Look at that. No way it did. Beautiful here. All right, back on the stream again. Yes, went by Liquid Vision over on Tradecaster. His name's Scott. Goes by Rogue Trader on TikTok now. Spy curling back on over, hitting new low of day in market. So Spy getting the coil over here, huh? Okay. TMCI dying off. Sky Q did it. I said watch Sky Q to pull it. It did it. It did it. That son of a bitch did it. Watch for it to die. It's been doing this over and over and over. Dies off, comes up. Dies off, comes up. Dies off in the morning, comes up. You know, it's either spikes at the bell or it dies off and then comes back to life. Wow. That was a move right there. Dun 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 dun. And then we still have Z and TL on watch. So that was the other one, was Z and TL. I was like, what was the other one? Z and TL. Of course, I had my order still in. I was like making sure I still had those in, and I do down low at the 6:30 or 5:30 mark. Wow, what a move here. Sky Q out of nowhere, taking the mob over the past hour plus as we are on that dual stream Friday there. Beautiful, fun talk there with my boy Scott. Got that recorded too, so that will be going on to my YouTube soon. Yes, Daza good, Ingrid, it was some good stuff, some fun. Yeah, I love Scott. He's cool, good guy. I love his voice. When he was streaming live on YouTube. Hey, stop getting stupid out there, Merlin. Stop. God, they get all growly and start. They're not growling at each other, just like let's go. There's not enough room out there. It's not a 1,000 square foot living room like we're gonna have. No, not even close enough space. Lay it on down now. Stop it. But when he was streaming live on Tradecaster, I'd go. I always try to do that, you know, because I know it was like, in a way, in my brain saw it as Deck and I being the cool kids in school, right? Deck had like 1,000 plus followers. Well, I had followers. We both had the people that had over 1,000 followers or whatever over there. So we had the most followers. Of course, I always had a ton of people, viewers on the stream. I would have at least 2, 3, maybe 500 on the, you know, on my stream, and you could see that on the viewers. And so you'd go to the other lobbies, and even when you go to the lobbies page, you would see the viewers at the bottom, and all those other guys would have like 3, 2, 5, 10, you know, whatever it was. And I love going over there because I know like they can see that. You're a human. You're not going to try to pay attention to it, but you can't help but tell and how many people you have watching. And so I'd always go over there, you know, to Yeah Buddy, Liquid Vision, Mo Trades, J Trades, obviously. And I'd just go over there and just, you know, try to make them laugh. Just have fun with them, shoot the shit. But yeah, loved his information. And that background he's had for the longest time, you know, that's been his background. And I always wanted to ask, is that was real or not? It looked like it was, but I was like, it could be a blue screen or a green screen. But then he had that picture down there that I've always seen. And I was like, that picture can't be too close to the green screen. That just doesn't make sense. And so it's cool that that actually is a room that he has. I know, El. I'm about to let you guys out. I know I've been yapping it up for a long time. I'm going to take the break off the mic. But yeah, love the fact I've been wanting to get Scott on for a while now. And yeah, he's been doing this for a while, streaming live, helping out traders. Kind of reminds me of, who is it here? Tack on the Trade the Pools live stream. Of course, Tack and those guys sometimes join my live stream here when I'm free, but just has a financial background. You know, he did stuff before he got into stock trading that led him into stock trading. So he's got a good, smart brain and a good background. I know you're obsessed with your dad, and I just love how soft you are. Aussie chick, safe travels. Hopefully you have a good flight over to Alabama, whether you're on the flight already and maybe taking off, listening to me in flight. If so, get ready for some good food coming up in Alabama. 11 or 1050 support. We got 1050 support's going to be your main area right there for SkyQ. And then really nothing else built up until way down here at 925. And the best to me is at 875, 885. Old resistance, new support right there at around 885, 890. All right, Daza. Anything? We good? Daza, Ingrid, we good? Louie? Thanks you guys for coming on over and listening to that. The ones that stayed around for the day. We'll get him back on again, like I said. Get some more information from Daza. Mr. Daza is good. Daza good. Daza bad. All right, cool. I'm going to take the break. Relaxed my mouth, my throat, my voice. I can just feel, like I've said, when I talk a lot in the week, like right through here. At the end of the week, I'm like, take a breath. All good thing. Yes, all good. Yeah, we is good. Yes, good. Yeah, it was a good week. I think we could have had a better week. SkyQ was great this week. We've had a couple of good plays. Nothing that's been just absolutely barn burner amazing. TNTL, this reminds me of the SkyQ trade we took the other day where it came up. That kind of reminds me of boom, boom. Still have my orders down there. I'm going to leave them in all day. I like the way this is moving. I know the volume has died back out, but has really stayed pretty strong and consistent earlier and still even now, even though it's not as big, but it's consistent. Rhea, upper and lower VWAP band have caught the play. Spy, hitting new low of day. Starting to take some of these other tickers or others down with it. So you can see, look at that mark. Is that not absolutely fucking beautiful? 682, 682, 682, right on the dot. Almost on the dot, almost on the dot, a little bit over it. That's nuts to see again in the line I just put in, and now it's respecting it that well. Beautiful, absolutely sexy sauce. Speaking of sexy, not you, no. I said that, and like 3 of the dogs like looked up at me real quick. All right, so y'all's mom. Mom is sexy. You dogs aren't sexy. You guys are pretty. You're cute. I love you, but I would never call a dog sexy. That's just weird. These chart setups are sexy. Okay, mom is super sexy. You are so pretty, though. You're just a pretty dog. Here's what you are. You're a pretty girl. You're pretty. You're my daughter. You're pretty. Yeah. That's so cute. I love my babies. All right, cool. I'm going to take a break. In case you guys are heading out for the weekend. This pretty girl says, have a good weekend. Oh, Cabelli. I wish you could see when the sun's in her eyes. Her eyes are so golden. They're so pretty. Petey and Rue. Domino. Margot. Queenie. Murdog. The Littles. Margot. Oh, Queenie. Eleanor. Ellosaurus. They say have a great weekend. Be safe. Eat some good food. I can't believe we're already a week removed from Easter and Good Friday. How time flies by. And if that's the case, guess what? You guys need to enjoy life. And each and every day and the days we have off. Take those days off. Take that time off to enjoy life, scenery, outdoors, your animals, your loved ones, your cars. I'll see you guys this afternoon. I do have a one-on-one in an hour from right now. So right before my one-on-one, if there's something to alert, I'll say, hey guys, which I'll alert something. We already know what to look at. ZNTL, we know the levels. 595, 590, 585 support and the downtrend. That's the first support area. Then 530. 650 strong resistance. If we continue with this higher low pattern, this play is on squeeze watch for the 7s. Speaking of squeeze watch, SkyQ did it earlier. Bounce potential at 1050. Better down here around 930, and I doubt she sees the best at 875, 885. Other than that, in the small cap sector, I see nothing really worth moving. UCAR was the last good spike. I will put UCARA up. UCAR was spiking as well. Forgot about UCARA. UCARA's got the 230 support. Even better down here at $2 or so. So those would be your main movers. U car. We're going to go with Sky Q. And Z and TL all on watch for lunch. It's crazy. All really high in the alphabet. U, S, Z. Nothing in the A's, the B's, the Z, nothing in the lower middle part of the alphabet. They're all really high up there. We'll say if Z and TL holds this higher low pattern, do high they on high watch into 7. Sky Q 1050 support. 920 over 12 room 2. Over 12. Where do we have room to, Mr. Joshua? Oh, this is where it has rooms to room. This has room to run. And we're gonna go with UCAR $2 best. 273. Boom. Boom. It's plain text. Yes, it's plain text. Okay. All right, team. I am out of here. See you guys back. I'm going to take my break for an hour. I'll be back here before my one-on-one starts in an hour just to kind of update you guys. There are your levels. SkyQ by far has the mob, although ZNTL is not far behind it with mob. Back in a bit, team. goshos, right? Holy wowzos. Sky Q. I talked about this actually, if y'all remember, in the morning alerts. Sorry, I'm on Wi-Fi right now. Took my wire up earlier, so freaking Merlin wouldn't shoot my wire up, and now like nothing. It takes forever for something to pull up here. So seeing the sky, look at this. I shouldn't have gotten out of that time frame. I'm not going to change the time frames on any of these other tickers. My Wi-Fi has been so bad. I've even noticed it on my phone, like trying to upload stuff. But Sky Q here, I'll put it in over here. The uptrend channel that I see, and we got a couple of them. We'll see if this thing ever refreshes over on the 5-minute time frame. But there's an uptrend channel I see, and you'll see the lines pop in here in a minute. Hopefully if this chart comes back in. Come on already, Sky Q. This has room to run up in its uptrend channel to about 1575, maybe close to 16. Crazy move, but I did talk about this. It's so annoying that there we go. Finally. For this play to do this, you know, where it popped up, it does this a lot, where it pops up and then goes later in the day. Pops up, comes down, goes later in the day. Pops up, comes down, goes later in the day. Did it again today when it popped up and dropped down. I said, well, it could do what it did on Monday and what it did on Wednesday and go. And it's gone way bigger than on Monday and Wednesday. It is a nice, good move, now 100% mover. I'll put some lines in for support resistance area. I'd say somewhere right around here is going to be the main support, right at that trend line as of now. Just beautiful mover here. This will be another support area down below. I would put a line in, and then the last one I'd put in somewhere right about right there. I don't think we're going to come back in off that 10 area. That would be another one I would have in, but essentially almost every dollar, so somewhere in that dollar range. So 1535, new high of day. This looks like it wants to continue to pop into after hours, honestly. Could even get ZNTL to pop into after hours. We'll see if we get anything new to run as we move into after hours in about 30 minutes. Just trying to get some stuff done around the house. Tax stuff today, too, as well. Avery's out of town, coming back home today, so, of course, doing the usual stuff around the house before she gets home. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat right now. But ZNTL, nice, good move up today overall. Wanted a bounce play on it, never came back down to our area, but it's been running up this uptrend right about right there-ish or so. Move this a little bit, right about right there. There's your trend line on ZNTL. So nice uptrend channel overall for it, and Sky Q. So Sky Q, ZNTL, big movers. UCAR slowly dying on off. That was another one we were looking at earlier. That's you're pretty much your best one. I would say obviously Sky U, ZNTL number 2, and then UCAR number 3. And yeah, you were all over it, Lou, when you said it's going for new high of day soon, and sure enough was. Sure enough. Michael D. Rada, I'm glad you guys coming over. Sorry, I've been in and out today. I just really did the morning stream, did the dual live stream with my buddy Scott, who lives over in England, and now just really coasting into the weekend, about to do some more chores around the house. But yeah, BBGI, just now noticed that one. BBGI was another one that was nice in play today, so we'll go BBGI. That was not too bad today, too, as well. So that one on the way up. Nice, 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 nice. And again, sorry for the live stream getting a little choppy if it is choppy at times. And you can see I'm on Wi-Fi right now. I disconnected the cord earlier because this guy Merlin behind me likes to chew it if I leave it in there and leave the office. So it is a little choppier, I know. But we can see the overall uptrend channel lines that I'd have in on these two tickers that you really need to keep your eye on. And I'll put BBGIs in a minute. In just a minute. All right. I'm in the, let's see. I got to leave here in about an hour and 15 minutes. So, yeah, let me get before I get behind and not do more stuff. Lines are in on Sky Q. We have the lines in here. I'll put a horizontal line in right here. Boom. On ZNTL. All right, I'll be back here in just a bit. I'm going to get some more cleaning done.